Flex, the live is one in the six. With the runner, boy, you nigga, no question. You will run a motherfucker high stepping. Hey, you never had a big enough weapon. Motherfucker never learned your lesson. I'm an 88 pack nigga, woof. I'm an 88 pack nigga, woof. I mean, day walker, drink blood, fangs out, full moon, motherfucker, change like a hoe, nigga. I'm just a nigga from the hood, trying to stack a little cheddar for the money.
Absolutely. This one is going to sting a little bit, and that's okay, because I aim to do just that. Drew Titan, Bronx on deck. Shout out to the mighty LDBC. Simian Saturday, number 11. This is a case study. Margarito never cheated Cotto. Read the title, and we're going to work with that. Margarito never cheated Cotto. Read the title. We're going to work with that. The purpose is to prove a point. I put a poll up on all three of my channels. Participate if you so choose. What I'm looking for is for some unfamiliars to come into the building and literally debate this point. I'm looking for a debate this morning, especially from people that don't know me. I'm looking for this. I aim to prove a point this morning. Yeah, I'm looking for a debate this morning from an unfamiliar. And we're going with the title, Margarito Never Cheated Cotto, case study. So hopefully, like the video, share the video, hype the video, whatever it is YouTube wants you to do, whatever hurdle they want to put in front of us to make sure that our content doesn't go into the algorithm. Yeah, do that. Let's not leave it up to Miguel to do anything for us, because we're not pillow biting and spooning. We're not a part of the elemental P community. Well, at least some of us aren't. We don't sick duck like light-skinned, buck-eyed raccoons. And more on him probably during the week. Maybe I'll drop a video on him and say his name, because it's interesting. I'll say his name and go to a presser and see him. Not to say nothing to me, because everything I say about him, I say directly to his face. Directly to his face. If he ever wants to engage in a conversation, we can have that conversation. But he's seen me 2 times. First time he saw me, he literally jumped out of his skin. Literally. And I didn't know anyone saw that until I got a phone call. Second time, he ain't come near me. Good choice. Because I'm with that conversation face to face. He knows what it is. But anyway, let's do this roll call. 704 Joe, EMT, Skinny Too Litty, Mark Wonderlick, my brother Salute, Utah in the building, Chilltown, Columbia, my brother Coach Hudson in the building. Go subscribe to my brother Coach Hudson. Sam Mack, Perfect Black, Dion, Bernard Gilbert, Bionic Prince, Todd Swindle, Shepherd Kings, my brother LeBron in the building, Broken Traditions. Go subscribe to my brother Broken Traditions podcast. He get you right. Also follow him on Patreon. I'm telling you, man, he get you right. This ain't the last stop, man. This YouTube thing ain't the last stop. Now for the truth tellers, Tone Brown, Tim Harmon, Jose in the building, Steve Elder, Mac. Let's go, man. What's good? Del Riv, Jose in the building. Salute. Yeah. So, there's something called the burden of proof. Y'all know what that is? The burden of proof. Let's Google the term. I'm going to read it to you. The burden of proof is the legal obligation of a party to provide sufficient evidence to support their claim of accusation, determining who wins if evidence is inconclusive. That's what that means. You've heard it on Law and Order. You've probably been to court. You understand what that is. You understand what that means. Snacks B, salute. Burden of proof. The burden of proof. The burden of proof. The burden of proof. What I'm looking for is an unfamiliar that reads the 88, what up, 4-ounce sniper, salute, that reads my title and gets so enraged that they come to the chat and start barking. I will then immediately drop the link and I will let them cook. I'll let them cook. Because I'm telling you right now, y'all are my regulars, but I'm telling you right now, I'm purposely going to disagree with them for the purposes of this live. Y'all already know how I feel about this. But I want an unfamiliar, Joe, what up, Joe? I want an unfamiliar to come in here, start busting shots, being belligerent, you know, Mommy Bicho and all that thing like that other clown did. By the way, that guy that said that, you know what's happened since then? Remember I told you I went to his page? And his banner was Ryan standing over Devin Haney. And this is after Ryan was proven to be a racist and a cheater. That was his banner. But then he's over here talking about what Subadel Matias was going to do. And I'm like, Subadel already ducked Devin 2 years ago. What are we talking about here? Then his thing was, oh, he's going to come back and take over. How'd that work out? You see, sometimes you don't have to lift the finger. You don't have to lift the finger. You know, I mean, you know, whatever. It's right. And what's happened to Subadel since then? And what's been going on with Devin Haney? You see, you don't have to lift the finger. I can't find that guy's channel anymore, by the way. Now, I could have been, you know, Team Petty, but I don't need to, because I'm me and that person is gone. It's gone. Time reveals all truth. So I want an unfamiliar. You know, it'd be real rich if a Mexican comes up here and agrees with me, because he gonna get that work too. But I want a Boricua that doesn't know me to come up here and let's talk. Because you already know what I'm finna do. But let's do this. Let's paint the picture. Let's say you don't know me. Let's say you saw the title and say, what's this dude talking about? Rolly, what up? All right, let's do it. Let's do it. We all watched it. I watched it live. Kamara, what up? I watched this live. Miguel Cotto was on fire when this fight took place. And, you know, I live in the Bronx. You know, I swear to God, half of Puerto Rico live in the Bronx. And leading up to that fight, you know, they were hyped, because it's always a banger when it's Mexico versus Puerto Rico. It's always a banger. And Margarito was building up a bit of a reputation. By that time, I think there was a video of Floyd Mayweather. I think he was signing autographs and Margarito walked up on him. You know, it wasn't like rude or nothing. He just asked him for a shot, and Floyd said, yeah, you'll get your shot. You know, they shook hands, and I think Margarito walked off and smiled. But it's like, you know, whatever. Shelton, what up? And they used that little part to say, oh, look, Floyd's ducking him. I'm like, well, what's he ranked? He needs to keep fighting. Well, main biker, salute. He gets the Cotto fight, right? And I'm watching it. I'm like, oh, okay. I picked Cotto to win that fight because Margarito was very robotic. I didn't see when he lost early in his career. Eric, oh, salute. And I forgot who he lost to, but I said, you know, I think skill set wise, you know, Cotto's better. He's gonna box him 12 rounds, if not stop him late. You know, Margarito was a punching bag. I mean, he gets annoyed if you don't hit him in the face. Prior to that, if I remember correctly, and I could be wrong, y'all could correct me. Margarito fought on the undercard of the Miguel Cotto Shane Mosley fight, and he fought Golden Johnson. I think that was the pay-per-view. He knocked the crap out of Golden Johnson, man. I was like, oh man, that guy could punch. And I already knew who Margarito was. He fought Kermit Cintron twice. Second time he knocked out Kermit Cintron, it was with a body shot. And Margarito was yelling him, get up, get up, get up, because he wanted some more smoke. And Kermit's rolling on the floor. And I'm like, damn, man, what happened to Kermit? Because I was a Kermit Cintron supporter. And, you know, I was floored. I said, well, this guy must be the truth. That's what I said. You know, then he presses Floyd Mayweather. I said, well, get that smoke. Floyd beats him, but get that smoke. But in between that, he fights Miguel Cotto. I said, he ain't gonna make it to Floyd because Cotto gonna outbox him. As a matter of fact, Cotto versus Floyd Mayweather was a fight I wanted. Isaiah, what up? That was a fight I wanted. Because, you know, at my job, you know, the Puerto Ricans were talking big. Oh, we coming to get you. We coming to get you. That's what it was. Coming to get you, meaning we're coming to get your black fighter. You know, I'm cool with that. Fine. But, you know, boxing ain't about race. I'm telling you, all the Puerto Ricans back their fighters. We coming to get you. We coming to get you. I'm like, oh, okay. Because Floyd was the man. I was like, yeah. And I like Miguel Cotto. I said, yeah, that's what I want. I think Miguel got the goods. And I've been following Miguel when he had the little curly afro. That's the Miguel Cotto. I've been following him longer than they've been following him. I said, I've been watching this dude, man. He's nice with it. He's solid. Y'all got a good one with him. He's solid. We're going to get you. I was like, okay. I don't think he's that nice. He ain't beating Floyd, but I'd like to see it. You know what I say? I've been saying that for years. I got Floyd, but we don't know. I got to see it. I got Floyd, but, you know, Miguel got that sauce. He's like that. I remember when Floyd Mayweather fought his stablemate, Henry Bruselis, on HBO. And Floyd styled on him. I remember there was a part in that fight when Jim Lampley was asking who wins the Super Bowl. And Floyd looked over and said, the Patriots. And then proceeded to piece up Henry Bruselis. You know who was there that night? If you look at the HBO footage, Miguel Cotto, when he had the curly afro, he was there with his dad, sitting like in the 5th row. He was scouting, and he smoked Henry Bruselis. Rasul, what up? He smoked him. It wasn't even close. And it was at that point, they may have said Floyd's name. Yeah, we'd like that fight down the line. But when he smoked Henry Bruselis, they knew they weren't ready for Floyd at that time. They were there, but they were like, nah, not now. Because that was still Pretty Boy Floyd right there. If you never seen it, go watch Floyd Mayweather Jr. versus Henry Bruselis. Floyd smoked him and stopped him. He smoked him. Miguel Cotto's in the audience. You see him there with the curly afro. He smoked him. It wasn't even close. It wasn't even close. So a couple of years later, Miguel stringing up some wins. He fought on a co-main event. What was this? He fought the Ecuadorian kid. I forget his name. He fought on the undercard of the Sam Peter versus Vladimir Klitschko fight at Atlantic City. And listen, there was a little bump in the road there because it was an exciting fight. And I like that fight because that was the first time you saw Miguel Cotto tested because he almost bought it. And I forget that dude's name. Because that dude incidentally was in 2 high impact fights that I can recall that I saw. He caught Miguel and Miguel started doing the boogie woogie. And I'm like, oh no. But Miguel got up, boom, 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 knocked him down. He got up, boom, 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 knocked him down. Back and forth, back and forth. Miguel showed grit, bit down, and stopped homie. But here was the problem. That fight happened where? In Atlantic City. The next day in the paper, they started calling Miguel Cotto the Puerto Rican Arturo Gatti. I said, that's not what he wants. That's not what he wants to be called. You don't want to be called the Puerto Rican Arturo Gatti. You don't want that. That's not what you want. That's not what you want. That's not the reputation. Arturo Gatti. Ricardo Torres, thank you, Tone. That's the guy. That's the guy. Ricardo Torres. That's the guy. Man. That was Foreman Lyle on a smaller weight class. That was crazy. I was in my crib watching that standing up like, oh, what? Oh, he's down. Oh, he's up. Oh, no, he's down. Bro. And I said, yo, man, Puerto Rico got one with this kid. I just don't like the Arturo Gatti references. I don't like that. You don't want that. No. Miguel better than that. He's way better than that. So he ran into some trouble, but he showed grit. So I said, okay, now I can say he has heart. Now I can say that. I said, Retardo, you heard that? Retardo Torres, that's crazy. Well, he might be talking Manda Mansa salute. He might be talking slow now, man. Because that was crazy. What was the other fight that I saw him in? Let me see. Wait, hold on. Let me look it up for a second. Miguel Cotto. Let me go to Ricardo Torres. Because that fight was ridiculous, bro. Ricardo Torres, bro. He fought Kendall Holt, and he almost killed Kendall Holt. And Kendall Holt came back, and in fact, he fought Kendall Holt twice. Right? He beat him, and then Kendall Holt came back and slumped him. In the rematch, Kendall Holt was down twice. It says on BoxRec, he was down twice. And then Kendall came back and caught him in an exchange and slumped him on the ropes. Ricardo was asleep in a stand-up fetal position. And he was slumped. Go look at it. It was wild. It was wild. Phenomenal Mexican, Jeff Sparks, salute. That was a wild-ass fight, man. But Ricardo almost killed Miguel Cotto, man. I remember I came to work that morning and I said, yo, your boy got away with one, man. He was like, yeah. But he's nice, man. You know, he got hard. I said, yeah, he does, man. I like that. I like that, man. I like that for him. That's good. So Miguel was working his way to the Floyd Mayweather sweepstakes. And I liked it. I really did. I liked it. Miguel was racking up a lot of wins. Check the resume. I always said, when this man hangs it up, march him straight to the Hall of Fame. Why is Miguel Cotto a Hall of Famer? Look at the resume. And what do I always say? You don't have to win all your fights. But Miguel fought his contemporaries. He did. He did. So enter Antonio Margarito. Brother Jeff Sparks, salute. Enter Antonio Margarito. Margarito, they put this crown on him like he's the Mexican Ivan Drago of the welterweight division. You know, he lost to Paul Williams. He barely beat Josh Cloudy. Josh Cloudy broke his hand in that fight. And this guy was beating the crap out of everybody. But I said Miguel has tools. After the Ricardo Torres situation, I know he has the heart. And I got Miguel. cats at my job was like, yo, Miguel, we're going to do it. And then right after this, we're going to rock and roll to Floyd. We're going to beat you. You know what I had to remind them of? You know what I had to remind them of? There was a little situation way back in 2001 between a guy named Felix Tito Trinidad and Bernard Hopkins. And that situation was as follows. 9/11 happened. Okay. I know because I was at work when that happened. 9/11 happened. And it pushed the fight back a week or two, if I'm not mistaken. And at MSG, on the second floor, there was a big old banner that said, Roy Jones Jr., you're next. Mac of the South, salute. Roy Jones Jr., you're next. If you can find an uncut version of that fight on YouTube, they had a big old banner on the second floor and it said, Roy Jones Jr., you're next. Because that's what they was talking about. He's supposed to go in there and knock out Bernard Hopkins. And Roy Jones Jr. was next. But he had to get past B-Hop. Now, here was the problem. I am immersed into the sport. I watched the sport. There was no internet for me to be on back then. I was still getting my information from people in the industry that I spoke to. I spoke to people in the gyms that watched it on the same level as I did. And I still was buying magazines. That was my sources. Everybody else, like my coworkers, they were just, fanatics by way of tribalism. If the boxer was from their country, they rooted for them. And that's fine. That's fine. But it gets a little touchy when a guy from your country or your land or whatever, or your neighbor is having a fight and you got to come to me and say, well, what do you think about this? And then I tell you, and you go sideways with what I'm telling you. If you think I'm gonna go sideways, if you think I'm giving you misinformation, then you may as well not ask me, because I'm gonna tell you the truth. Rod Neal in the building, Black Jericho, salute. And 9/11 happened, and we was already like bummed out. Because remember, I live in New York, and at the time, I was working for the police department. So we was bummed out, man. And we were tired. There was a lot of overtime. We were just tired. So I was looking forward to this fight, Trinidad versus Bernard, because I needed a way to relax. But prior to that, leading up to the fight, the Boricuas on my job, they were already partying. They were talking about Roy Jones, Roy Jones, Roy Jones, Roy Jones, Roy Jones, Roy Jones. I'm like, okay. And I remember, and then out in my gym too, there's these dudes, yo man, Tito, he's gonna walk through B-Hop, he's gonna walk through Roy. I'm just looking like, all right, man. Right. So you ever had people just talking loud around you, like trying to engage with you? And I'm trying to ignore it. And I was at the gym. Dude says, yo, you watch boxing, Pop? I'm like, of course, yeah. Who you got? Who you got? I said, I got Hopkins. And they looked at each other like, oh yeah, of course he got Hopkins. Yeah, because he black, right? No. Michael Fleming, salute. I was like, no, I got Hopkins. I was like, word, yeah. I was like, yeah, okay. I said, you're not going to ask me why? You know what dude said? Oh, no, I know why. He don't even know me. He invited me into the conversation. I was kind of like snubbing them because I was looking at them and I would like laugh and shake my head. So then, I kind of wanted to smoke, but they invited me into the conversation and I said, okay. I said, you're not going to ask me why? One of the dudes say, oh, I know why. I said, you do? I said, why? And he wouldn't answer the question. See, I know what he wanted to say. He just didn't say it. So I said, look, here's the thing. Do you watch boxing? He said, no. We watch boxing. I said, no, let me ask you a question. Do you watch boxing or do you watch your boy Tito? Listen to my language. Do you watch boxing or do you watch your boy Tito? Because I watch boxing. Back then, there were still Friday night fights, boxing after dark, Showbox. I watched all of it. So do you watch boxing or do you just watch your boy Tito? No, we watch boxing, a little something. Listen to the language. We watch boxing. Oh, yeah, Mr. Shelton, Tito's black. Tito hair nappy. He black. But I was like, okay. I said, all right, so let me ask you a question. Do you know who Bernard Hopkins is? You know the response to me was? Yeah, we know him, but it don't matter. We know him, but it don't matter. In other words, their only education in reference to Bernard Hopkins was highlights. Because once he got the Tito fight, because Bernard already had big wins in his career, but they weren't commercial wins. They were important wins, but they weren't commercial wins. Felix Trinidad is an exciting fighter, right? He had important wins, and he had a lot of commercial wins, and he had the support of his entire island. So I get it. Dragon Fang, salute. PGH, salute. So I get it. And by that time, how long was B-Hop undefeated at 160? Nobody compared him to Marvin Hagler. They did that for Gennady Golovkin, but I digress. And I said, do y'all even know who Bernard Hopkins is? Yeah, I know him, but it don't matter. I said, why? Because you just think Tito going to win because he better, right? I said, all right, well, we going to see. I said, listen, that man dangerous. That man dangerous. Then they start talking about how he lost to Roy. I said, yeah, well, that was a tough fight for Roy, but what does Roy have to do with this? With this? You feel that Tito is going to walk through Roy. And mind you, this was before Roy Jones Jr. went up to heavyweight to face John Ruiz and before the Antonio Tarver face-off. Renzo, what up? So this was Roy at 175, a.k.a. Superman. There was nobody at that time, nobody was beating Roy Jones, especially at 75. Nobody. I wanted that fight. I wanted, because Roy at 75 would have smoked Tio. It wasn't even close. He'd have stopped Tio in 4 rounds. He'd have smoked him. H-Town, salute. I appreciate you. So I wanted that fight. But then when he signed to fight B-Hop, if y'all remember, that was a tournament, a 4-man tournament. It was Bernard Hopkins and Keith Holmes. They put them in the small room at the theater. And it was foul-filled, and he beat the dog crap out of Keith Holmes. He fouled him up and drained the life out of him. It was that. And then it was William Joppy and Felix Trinidad in the big room. And I had William Joppy. I think William Joppy was my first guest in the Stronghouse. William Joppy told us that after the first knockdown, he don't remember anything. Night Train, salute, brother. He said, I don't remember anything. Well, what's the matter? And, Joppy says he thinks that Tito did something with his hand wraps. I don't want to get into that because that's not the first time I heard that behind the scenes. It's not. I don't want to get into that, but whatever. So it came down to B-Hop and Tito, and I told those guys that day in the gym, I said, look, I want the Roy Jones fight. You know what I'm saying? But unfortunately, I don't think Tito's going to make it. They're like, oh, why do you think so? I said, for the reasons I just told you. B-Hop's been undefeated for X amount of years at that weight division. Welcome down, Van Houder. Salute. Yes, sir. He's been undefeated for X amount of years at 160. He's comfortable at that weight. And he's a dog. And I said, go back and watch the Keith Holmes fight. Keith Holmes was 6'2", rangy. B-Hop closed the distance and bullied that dude. And I said, he's naturally bigger than Tito. He's going to do the same thing to Felix Trinidad, and he's going to be very confused. He's going to get frustrated. He's going to eat something. And I picked B-Hop to stop him. Those guys at my gym at that time laughed. No, you're going to see you. We'll be here Monday. That Monday, be right here. Be right here. You want to bet? I said, well, I don't know you how to bet. I said, we could bet on some push-ups, but, all right. I went to the gym that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. They weren't there. They just didn't go. I wasn't going to troll them. The term trolling wasn't around back then. The purpose was to educate them. Hey, man, didn't I tell you? Now, here's what I had wrong. Ern Jordan, salute. Here's what I had wrong. The way Bernard Hopkins beat up Tito, I thought he was going to maul him. He outboxed him. Tito predicted a first-round knockout. If you go back and look, he landed that left hook and it snapped B-Hop's head sideways and nothing happened. I said, uh-oh, in for a long night. And he outboxed him. What I've learned was that Tito didn't have a plan B. If he wasn't dominating you and backing you up, you can outbox him. He whooped Tito's ass. Almost knocked him out in the 10th. Remember the hook to the body and the uppercut? Boogie Wonderland. KBG, what up? Almost knocked him out and the bell rang. Round 12, he stops him. And then they pulled the camera back and I saw that banner. Roy Jones Jr. next. And I said, well, that fight's not happening anytime soon. And that went how I said it was going to go. That fight's going to happen when both of those men are on the decline. They're only going to get together to make some money, which is exactly what happened. And Roy whooped his ass. And then revealed, I have a torn bicep. So if he wasn't injured, he'd have got him out of there. The truth is, Tito was never better than Roy. If he got past Bernard Hopkins and fought Roy at 175, that version of Roy would have smoked Tito Trinidad. But I want to get back to my point. Fast forward, years later, they're calling for Floyd Mayweather. Cotto's fan base is calling for Floyd Mayweather. Right? I told them, don't count your chickens before they hatch. Don't do that. Cotto has to keep winning. You're putting the crown on him and he still has work to do. You need to focus on what's in front of you. The Shane Mosley fight was real close, but Cotto won that. Leading up to this Margarito fight, they're saying Floyd is next after he demolishes Margarito. Delano, salute. And I said, all right. I said, look, years ago, the Boricuas at MSG had a whole banner up saying Roy Jones Jr. was next. And Bernard put the kibosh on all of that. They balled that up, and I think they left it in the garden. They didn't even take it with them. They left it on the floor up there, I think. Now's the end of that. They trolled me when Zab Judah lost to Cotto. And Zab's my guy, but I was telling them leading up to the fight. They was like, well, who you got winning the fight? I said, I got Cotto winning that fight. It's going to be competitive. Zab's going to try and get him early with his speed and everything else, but Zab fades late. That's the truth. He fades late. And that fight went exactly how I said it was going to go. I said Cotto's a committed body puncher. If he could survive the first 4 rounds of hand speed, Cotto has a nice high guard. He's very defensively sound. I said Zab's going to have a problem. And I said Zab might get stopped. But I got Cotto in that fight. Now I'm talking boxing. What do you think they were talking about? They come to work that Monday. I'm like, okay. It went how I said it was going to go. What are we doing here? Well, I'm not in my feelings about that. So I told them leading up to this Margarito fight, I said, man, this guy, have you been paying attention to Margarito? And I'm saying to myself, we've been here before. Tito got right in front of Bernard Hopkins, and y'all saying, y'all don't care, y'all don't care, y'all don't care, y'all don't care. Viva Puerto Rico, Boricua, Boricua, Boricua. And Tito got beat up and stopped. And y'all like, well, what happened? What I told you. Didn't I tell you this guy was not a game? Didn't I tell you that? All right, one day you're going to listen to me. So years later, there was only 2 guys that were still on the job with me leading up to this fight. And I looked at them. I said, see, these cats don't know. The new cats don't know. I said, didn't I tell you this? Hopkins, Trinidad, remember that? They were like, yeah. I said, this is along those same lines. I got Cotto winning, but this guy's dangerous. This guy's dangerous. That's all I said. I said, I got Cotto winning, but this guy's dangerous. You got to be careful. And that's the difference. I didn't have Felix Trinidad beating Bernard. I said I had Cotto winning this fight, but this guy's cracking. He's walking through punches. I don't know. Matter of fact, I said, don't be surprised if he popped dirty. I said that. I never thought that we'd find what we find a fight later. But more on that. My brother Rob Neal in that super chat, he said they sent Cotto sparring partner Henry Barcelos to fight Floyd. Yeah, I spoke on that before you pulled up. When they were at 140, Floyd destroyed Barcelos, and the fight didn't happen until later. Yeah, I said that right before you pulled up. It's on HBO. You can find it on YouTube. That was a fight, Rod, where the Patriots was in the Super Bowl, and Jim Lampley said, who's going to win the Super Bowl? And Floyd said, the Patriots. And then pieced up Henry with like a 4-punch combination. It was crazy. The Patriots. Bang, bang, bang. And Cotto was in the front row with the 4th or 5th row with his dad. Rest in power to his dad. Yeah. That happened. So this fight happens, and I'm saying the same thing. I said, look, I got Cotto. I didn't have Felix Trinidad against Bernard Hopkins. But I got Cotto in this. But this guy right here, these fools didn't even know about Kermit Cintron. I say, hey, Kermit Cintron, he's your guy, but he's not Puerto Rican enough to them. He's not from the island. I think, if I'm not, because I didn't ask Kermit when he was on my show. He's Puerto Rican. He speaks Spanish and everything. He's from Pennsylvania. I'm not sure if that's where he lives, or I don't know if he was born there, or but I think he lives there. But to get the real love, and this is from them, you got to be from their soil. It's strange to me. Look, it's strange to me. That's, whatever, man. Whatever. I'm just telling you what I've seen and what was told to me. I don't get it, but I mind my business. I'm just keeping it boxing. There's nobody black on this page. And I remember going to work. Who you got? I got Miguel. And I said, but Miguel gotta be perfect. What you mean? You can't let this guy hit him, man, because this guy's he punches slow and he got a granite chin, but he punches slow. But lately, the crap that I've seen him doing, when he's touching these people, they falling all on the floor. And I brought up Golden Johnson. And it's dangerous when these guys are just blindly rooting for their guy and not being realistic. You can root for your guy, but you got to be realistic. And I said, do you know who this guy is? And I had to remind him. I said, did you watch the whole Mosley Cotto card? Yeah, I said, on the undercard, you remember the black guy that fought the Mexican? Yeah, I said, that's him. Oh, him? Yes. You see why I get annoyed talking to people that are just fanatics of a fighter just because they're the same ethnicity or they live on their block or they're related? You see, I get annoyed. What do I tell y'all, family? People have to qualify to talk boxing with you. But at my old job, people just used to come up to me and I was the boxing guy. And then when I'm honest about my opinion, either they liked it or they didn't. Either they liked it or they didn't, man. I'm like, oh man. Just to digress on that, one of my old co-workers, I thought he was Guyanese. He wasn't. He was Pakistani. But he spoke perfect English because he was born here. He was born out in Queens. And I said, yo, you're not Guyanese? He says, no, HC Boxing Salute. He said, no, I'm Pakistani, man. My parents is from Pakistan. I was born and raised here, but I speak the language. I said, oh, man, that's a plus. He said, I said, what does that mean? He said, yeah, when every year I got a little older, we went back to Pakistan, to visit family and everything. I said, that must be dope. He says, nah, my cousins don't like me. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, I'm fake to them. Wow, what? But you speak the language perfectly. He says, they know I'm American. I speak Pakistani full. I understand it and everything. I could write it. He could write in Arabic and everything. But he says, you know how someone could be American and you can, in New York, and listen carefully, in New York, I can tell what borough you're from. It's rare I get it wrong. I know when you're from Brooklyn. I know you're from Queens. I know you're from Staten Island. I know you're from Uptown, which is Harlem. I know when you're from my borough. In America, I could pretty much, I can tell what part of America you're from. I know when you're from the South. I know when you're from the Midwest. I know when you're from California. I know when you're from Baltimore. I know. He was saying, you know how you can hear an accent? I said, yeah. He said, well, when I go there, I speak the language, but I have an accent to them. They know in 2 seconds, oh, you're American. I said, really? He said, yeah, yes. And they don't like me. I said, damn, man. So, hey, man. I worked with a bunch of Puerto Ricans and Dominicans. Bro, when I tell you I don't understand it, I don't understand the jokes they crack on each other. Yo, Rodriguez, why you never wear socks? I was like, what is that? What's it like? Is the temperature different? Is the temperature different in Washington Heights? I'm like, what is that? What are y'all talking about? Inside jokes between the Puerto Ricans and Dominicans. I ain't got nothing to do with it. I was sitting there in dead silence. What I don't know nothing about that. That's crazy. Had one Cuban chick in there. Well, of Cuban descent. You know what the Puerto Rican said to her? Bitch, your flag backwards. I'm like, huh? Oh, the Puerto Rican flag and the Cuban flag, the colors are just reversed. What are y'all doing? I mind my business. Well, crazy shit, right? Listen, man, Biker says Dominican dudes don't like when, bro, I don't know nothing. Steve O, salute. I don't know anything. I don't know anything. So, they came to me for their boxing knowledge, and I gave it very impartial, very unbiased. And I told them leading up to this fight, I said, look, it's a dangerous fight. I'm picking Cotto to win because I always pick the boxer over the puncher. I will always pick the boxer over the puncher. Listen carefully because I didn't finish the statement. I will always pick the boxer over the puncher depending on the circumstance. One of the circumstances is height and reach. If the puncher has height and reach, the fight is now 50-50 to leaning towards the puncher. If the puncher as a legitimate hand that's a weapon and he's been landing it, then he's a secret boxer, meaning those punches have to be set up. So if they're landing and they keep winning with those punches, they're not a bad boxer, come to find out. It's just that every time you see a highlight reel, they're landing that same punch. This is what we say about Deontay Wilder. He got to be more than just a puncher. Because what are people getting slept with? That same right hand. That right hand has to be set up. I digress. So we get a fight. My co-workers are already partying and talking about he gonna beat the crap out of Floyd Mayweather and da-da-da-da-da. I said, all right, listen, man. Get past this fight, and then we could discuss fantasy matchups and everything else. But I said, I'm picking Miguel, but this guy Margarito ain't playing, man. I'm picking Miguel, but he can't get hit by this guy too many times. Miguel's tough, but this ain't Ricardo Torres. This guy is a killer. That's what I told him. But I got Miguel. Main biker saluting that super chat. He says Guyanese versus Trini, chicken curry versus curry chicken. Stop it, bro. Shut up. Oh, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Nah, my boy Muhammad, because he spoke plain English. He talked like us. So I just thought he was Guyanese. And then one day we heard him on the phone and we was like, whoa, what? He said, man, I'm Pakistani. He said, everybody think I'm Guyanese. I said, no, my parents from Pakistan. I said, bro, you look like them. He says, I'm Pakistani. He's a shade darker than me with curly black hair. And he played ball. And he talked like us. He listened to rap music. But he's Pakistani. It was bugged out. And then he told me, he said, man, you know, I don't like going. When I got older, I just told my parents, y'all go ahead. I don't want to go. They don't like me over there. It's crazy. He told me a situation. He was over there and they heard him on the phone. He was talking to his girlfriend back in the States, right? He's like, yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, I'm gonna be back and da-da-da-da-da. He said these two old folks start talking about him. He got the phone and he said in their language, he said, you know, I can understand you, right? And their eyes got big, man. He's like, man, fuck that. I ain't gonna say what he said. I ain't gonna say what he said. Let's just say it was very American biased and MAGA would have been proud of that statement. That's how mad he got. I was like, damn, bro. Damn. But anyway, man. Hey, man. Hey, we all, whatever your ethnic background is, we've all, to some degree, we've all dealt with it. We've all dealt with it, man. You know, when I speak proper English, what do you think mine says to me? Why you sound white? I didn't know speaking with an education is being compared to being white. I don't, what is that? Morning, Tay-Tay. And happy Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day to everybody. Hey, everybody in the chat, say happy Valentine's Day to Tay-Tay, the real queen of MMA. Happy Valentine's Day, queen. Del Rev, salute. So when you speak with proper English and pronounce every word, you sound white. No, I just don't sound like an ignorant knuckle dragger. Yes, that's what it is. Yeah, anyway. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot, man, but I don't care. Oh man. Yeah, that's Fight AC Boxing, yeah. Not a salute. Yeah, you know, that don't bother me. That don't bother me. You know, the person that says that to me, just check their rap sheet. They legitimately have a rap sheet. Legitimately, they have a rap sheet. Legitimately, they have a rap sheet. It's like, yo, bro, man, why are you worried about what I'm doing over here, man? Cut it out. I can go on and on and on and on and on. You know, I don't know, man. I'll you try and do something good for the community. Who's your biggest enemy? Negro. You're trying to keep the peace. Who wants war all the time? Negro. You say, hey, man, I know you got like 30 pit bulls, but can you curb at least one of your dogs? Nah, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Negro. Curb your dog. Unreal. Unreal. Hey, Snacks B, you know what? That wasn't at that wasn't at my high school, but in Queens, I used to hear some crap. In my school, pardon me. In my school, it was Jamaicans and Haitians. That was wild. But my homeboy went, what school he went to in Queens? And he was like the Trinidadians and the Guyanese. I'm like, how about this? I don't understand none of that shit. Jamaicans versus Dominicans and dominoes. That was always fun to watch. Motherfuckers was like, yo, I understand a goddamn thing said at that table. I'm like, yo, I'm about to call immigration in a minute. I love everybody, but I will clown them in a minute. I will clown their ass. Mr. Ishmael, salute. So let me get back on task. I told the brothers at my old job, I said, look, you got to take this guy Margarito serious. Stop worrying about Floyd Mayweather. It don't matter what you're worried about, but you're setting yourself up. It's crazy. Oh, you went to Transit Tech? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. The Cubans on it. They're on that Domino's game too. Yes, sir, Jose. Yes, sir. He said I went to Westinghouse house in Brooklyn. I hated Brooklyn back then because every chick I met lived out there and they lived in the worst neighborhood. But my dumb ass hopping on trains at ungodly hours, risking my life for some booty. Young and dumb, y'all. Don't be me at that time. That was crazy. Damn. What's going on here? Anyway. I told them you don't count out Margarito. I got him winning, but this guy's punching. So Friday, they damn near having a They're having a party already. Crazy K, salute. Oh, there it is. I don't know. I'm out the loop. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm out here coughing and shit. I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm out the loop, bro. Philip D, salute, man. I'm out the loop. I'm not in these streets. I was never in these streets. I just learned the hard way being in the wrong place at the wrong time. So they partying Friday, what Miguel's gonna do, and Floyd Mayweather. They trolled me good that Friday too. I came into work. They had a picture of Floyd Mayweather, and they put they took the Sharpie and put a mustache and black eyes on him, and then taped a Miguel Cotto picture next to him. And then they wrote something in Spanish. They translated to, "I just whooped Floyd's ass." So it was on my locker. When I came in, I laughed. I said, "All right, man. It's okay." He said, "I need some tussin." Nah. So I'm like, "All right, man." I said, "Okay. You want to get the smoke?" I said, "Now, when the fight happens, you know what I want to do." Because I said, I got Miguel beating Antonio Margarito, but I got Floyd whooping Miguel. You know that, right? I said, let's see what happens come Monday, man. But I got Miguel winning. I said, I want Miguel to win because I want the Floyd fight to happen. Copper, salute. Well, so the fight happens. Y'all remember the fight? Miguel was winning. Blade Brown, salute. Eden, you crazy. That's a general consensus, man. Come on. So, bell rings. Cotto comes out. Yuta, what up? And he's boxing beautifully. Antonio Margarito slow, head getting rocked back, but he's stalking. Miguel using lateral movement, stiff jab, very professional. Round one, like what I see. Round two, like what I seen. But I don't remember what happened, in which round it happened. But if you go back and listen to it, he started cornering Miguel, hitting him to the body. And there was a point where when Miguel did something that wasn't exactly EMT, he wasn't comfortable in there. Margarito hit him in the body. Instead of doing what you train in the gym is to guard your body, guard your head, do some movement, tie him up. He pushed him off and literally tried to run away from him. And then you hear Max Kellerman says, "Cotto's hurt, guys." And I said, "Oh, shit." And it was target practice from there on in. And as the round went on, at first I got a little smirk because I said, man, they ain't gonna like this round. But Cotto's still in the fight. I said, I'm gonna go to work Monday and talk about this round where he almost lost, but I still had Cotto winning. Family, as the fight went on, I wasn't even smiling anymore because every round that ended, Miguel's face started to look like Steakums. Y'all remember Steakums? They still even sell that? And I'm like, oh my God. And I said, man, this dude Margarito must be hitting. I said, F that. Floyd got to watch out for the heat. Floyd can't get touched by this. But Floyd had better defense than Miguel. He did. But I said, damn. And eventually, Stormy, salute. Eventually, I forgot what round it ended. It may have been an 11th or 12th. But Miguel was visibly effed up. And he took strategic knees. Yeah, Phenomenal Mexican. Yeah, that was the original. If I had this back then, they'd have been mad at me. Because I'm like, ooh. And I watched it, and let me tell you something. It was the 11th. Thank you. There was nothing funny about that. There was nothing funny. But when you start taking strategic knees, you're hurt, man. Zab took the knee to Miguel. He was hurt. I said, oh, man. Oh. And you know, HBO, they were the kings of instant replay. There was a part where Miguel Cotto spit complete blood out of his mouth. And here was the biggest insult that I got offended by. They put the camera on Miguel's wife and kids in the front row. Wife is crying. The babies are crying because mommy's crying. And I'm like, they did not have to show that. And I got offended. They did not have to do that. But let me tell you the part, and I'm not ashamed to admit this. I got choked up when they put the camera. They did the post fight. He's in the locker room, and he's okay. It looked worse than what it was, but he was okay. And his wife is telling, they're speaking in Spanish, but it's translated. And she says, I need you to stop this. I need you to hang it up. I don't want you doing this anymore. And he kissed her on the forehead. He says, this is all I know how to do. And I got choked up. I said, oh boy, that man's wife loves him. And at that moment, she was like, F money. I can't watch you go through this. I can't do it. BZ, what up? I can't do it. I can't do it. And he said, this is all I know how to do. I don't have a degree in he didn't say this, but I'm saying he don't have a degree in accounting. He doesn't do construction. This is what he does. And I felt like disgusting looking at that. So Monday I go to work. Spencer, what up? So Monday I go to work. And I walk in the building and it sounds like somebody died. You know how I know it sounds like somebody died? Because it was quiet. It was quiet. But I didn't come to work to clown. I didn't because I didn't like watching Miguel look like that. Now you see, you know how I say that people don't treat us how we treat everyone else? I watch the sport. They're watching something else. They're so quick to tell us, when we point out the racism, they're so quick to tell us that it's not racist, like Prez did. But every Puerto Rican, every Mexican, every Cuban, they're allowed to have pride. And I'm not saying they're racist. I'm saying it's okay for them to root for somebody from their land. That's perfectly fine. It's only a problem when we do it. So I come to work that day. And I walk in, I go to my locker. There's no picture there no more. Because I left the Floyd Mayweather picture up there. I didn't take it down. I left it there. I go in there, they took it down. It was quiet. I got my uniform and I said, yo, y'all all right, man? It's only boxing. Nah, we good, man. Nah, you were right about dude. You were right about dude. I was like, no. No, listen to me. And I had to give him a little lecture about boxing. I said, all I'm saying, Dirt Gang salute, is that this guy, Margarito, he seems to be a menace. And when he caught Cotto never recovered. He didn't quit. Well, he kind of did. In the corner had enough. and salute to him, but this guy Margarito's a problem. He's a problem. And of course, there was one asshole in there. Yeah, I think he does Floyd worse. See, he's in his feelings because I was right about the whole situation and I was unbiased. And remind you, I said Cotto wins the fight, but that's not what we got. Aaron, what up? I wanted Cotto versus Floyd at that time, but Margarito put the kibosh on that. You know what else Margarito did? And you can go watch the Kermit Cintron live when he was in the Stronghouse. He beat Kermit twice, and he put the kibosh on Kermit versus Cotto. And if you don't remember who Kermit used to be, Kermit was a killer. He was rangy. He had a nice jab. That would have been a great, great, great fight. And Kermit said, we had it lined up to fight Miguel on a Puerto Rican Day parade. That Saturday before the Puerto Rican Day parade on Sunday. Because Cotto took over that date. When Tito retired, Cotto was next up. Like Xander Zayas is next up to own that date. You feel me? So I'm like, hey, man, now why do you think that Kermit was upset? Because of what we found out later. Now, I did kind of bait people for this title. What I wanted was an unfamiliar to come into the chat and start beefing, in which I would drop the link and we can have a conversation. I'd let them cook. There's still time. I got some time. There's still time. You know what might happen? When I upload the live, then YouTube will put it in the algorithm. And in the comment section, I'll start getting cursed out by some unfamiliars, and it would be a black channel to say that, and you just hate Puerto Ricans, and I'll say, hey man, you should have pulled up. State your case. That's what the live was for. That's why I'm really not going to drop the bombshell here, because I don't want to give it away. I was looking to engage with somebody that doesn't know me, who's triggered by the title, and we can have a conversation. So I'm not going to, reveal anything. I want them to think that it is what it is. Main Bike in that super chat, he says, so Shakur isn't next up to take over the PR date? Nope. They don't care how curly he is. He's born in Jersey. As a matter of fact, didn't I do a live on it? Didn't Blue do a video on it? They were ripping him. They were saying, hey, we don't care if your dad Puerto Rican and you repping Boricua. You're not from the land. You can't just pick up our flag and start waving it. That's basically what they were saying. And what do you think I said? I'm around a lot of Puerto Ricans. They've told me exactly that. Listen, there's Puerto Ricans that are born and raised in New York City. And then when they go to the island and come back, they're like, yeah, I had a good time, but they look at me different. And they speak Spanglish all the time. Here, there's New York Spanglish, and then there's Spanish from the actual island. Yeah, you're not really Boricua. You was born in some hospital in Bed-Stuy somewhere. Yeah. Your parents are from San Juan or Bejamun. You're from Flatbush Avenue. So I had one clown in there talking about what Margarito's going to do to Floyd because you're mad because Cotto got his. I didn't even entertain that. I said, you know what? I say what y'all hear me say every day. I said, you know what? Run it. I don't think so. I'm not going to tell you that Floyd Mayweather is too defensively sound. I said, you know how I see this fight playing out? I said, there's a fight called Floyd Mayweather versus Diego Chico Corrales. And Corrales was faster than Antonio. At that lower weight division, he was stronger than Antonio. He was more of a precise puncher, and he couldn't catch Floyd at all. In fact, he got spun out several times. Now, do I see him getting spun out? I don't know. It's different when you get hit with something you don't see. But Cotto can't do what Floyd does in the ring. And I had to teach him about styles making fights and why triangle theories doesn't necessarily work in boxing. But I said, you know what? My thing is this, run it. And that one guy was like, yo, well, Floyd's ducking him. Floyd's ducking him. I said, the fight just ended Saturday, man. What are you talking about? And, you know, Margarito made his rounds. You know, he said something to Floyd or whatever. I said, all right, well, he'll get to him when he gets to him. Floyd got things lined up. Oscar De La Hoya and all this other stuff. And he was, you know, all of this stuff was getting lined up. That same guy picked Margarito. Now watch this, y'all. He picked Cotto to beat Margarito. And all of a sudden he's saying, oh, yeah, now you got your head straight. You know, yeah, you know what time it is. I'm like, look, I'm not even listening to dude. When this fool signs to fight Shane Mosley, who did you think he picked to beat? Who did you think he picked to win? Not because Mosley was old and over the hill by the time they signed that fight, because he was. Back then, he was still old and over the hill. He done lost to Vernon Forrest twice and everything else. But who do you think that dude picked to win that fight and why? Yep. The Puerto Rican picked Margarito. And I said, it's strange. How do you have him winning that fight? Yo, Margarito's just an animal. So I said, interesting. Who wins the rematch with Cotto and Margarito? Because down the road, they're going to run it back. Oh, I got Cotto, but you know, Margarito, he's gonna run through Shane Mosley. Shane Mosley, you know, he's just not like what? He's not like Cotto. You think he's gonna beat Mosley like how he beat your guy? I said, you don't know enough. I said, why are you talking to me? Why are you talking to me? And we know how that panned out. So that Monday after the Mosley fight, I went straight to his locker room. What happened? Oh, well, you know, man. You know, man. And I said, there was a little controversy before the ring walk. Did you hear that? No, what happened? I was like, yeah, all right. You see, people have to qualify to talk to you. People have to qualify to talk to you. The fight almost didn't happen. I said, did you pay attention? K-Rod, salute. Edgar, salute. See, that dude was a race soldier. He don't care what kind of Latino you were. If you're fighting a black guy, he's rooting for the guy that looks like him and speaks the language. Never mind the fact that your ass was colonized. Because, by the way, the Puerto Rican that I'm talking about was darker than me. Yes, sir. It was a sight. ES, salute, Queen. So I'm not going to land that plane on that end of things. What I'm looking for the smoke this morning. I'm looking for a viewer that doesn't know me. I'm looking for a viewer that's triggered by the title. And I will allow you to have a conversation. And we could debate the title of the show. Margarito never cheated Cotto. That's what I'm looking for. So if you're watching in the back and you want to have this conversation, you know, let me know. I'll drop the link. We can have a conversation. And my regulars, y'all know what I'm doing here. Y'all know what I'm doing. You know, but I'm looking for smoke because I'm looking to prove a point this morning. I'm looking for the smoke. I don't have to lie on these guys. Because the truth is splendid. Brown Sniper in that super chat, salute, man. He says, Quick shout out to the Patreon. Y'all go sign up, man. Salute to you, Wild Sniper. Yeah, I just put something up. Yes, Mr. Ishmael. Yes, sir. Universal Truth. Salute. Wild Sniper. Salute, brother. Yeah, I put up a new Patreon yesterday. Man, I don't know why that situation popped in my mind, but I said, let me talk about this real quick. I remember that. His name was Loretto, and that dude, the ultimate sneaky hater, bro. What he did, looking back, that was actually genius. He ain't want no one around Francis, but hey, Francis was for the streets. Yeah. Hey, man, pull up, man. I want. Hey, look, Edgar says, even if he did cheat, Margarito is my guy. Hey, man, look. Look, y'all see it? Anybody want to refute that? He's being honest, bro. Look, the truth is good enough for me, but I'm looking for somebody. And you could be angry. You know, you could just watch your mouth. Let's deal with what I put in the title. Margarito never cheated Cotto. So Edgar says, even if Margarito cheated, he's still my guy. Does anybody want to refute that? My brother Rich, salute. Anybody Cotto fans? Because I'm a Cotto supporter, man. I always been. I didn't let the cats that I used to work with, I didn't let them take that from me. I didn't let them hijack Cotto from me because I was watching the work. Cotto never said anything racist. He's a proud Puerto Rican, and he did the work. No gimmicks, man. Cotto he's like the Tim Duncan of boxing. He didn't win every game. He didn't go to the finals every year, but he got enough rings. He's a top 50 all time. I think he had one shoe deal. He was quiet, no gimmicks. Mr. Basics. He's so quiet. When you talk about top power forwards of all time, you will say at least 3 names before him, and it's like, whoa. Then you say, what about Tim Duncan? Then you say, oh, man, he do got chips. Oh, wait a minute. He had a solid seasons every season. And you forget how much of a problem he was. But you don't think about it because he wasn't out loud. Miguel wasn't out loud. He didn't throw jewelry around. To my knowledge, he didn't have problems in his camp. His friend, remember his best friend? They had a little suspect situation on HBO. I ain't with that sleeping in the same bed with your boy. That was kind of crazy, but whatever. Loved his dad. Brandon, what up? You know? Loved his wife, the kids, nothing. He wasn't out loud. Matter of fact, when he have a fight lined up, we didn't hear from him. Miguel Cotto is one of the prototypes, and he needs to be celebrated. I said that. I said, when this man hangs it up, march him to the Hall of Fame. I'm a Miguel Cotto guy. But I'm doing a case study this morning. The title is, yeah, Abel, I agree 100%. I agree 100%. But you know what I'm talking about. When you ask people, yo, give me 3 great power forwards. Most people don't even think of Tim Duncan. They be like, oh, Barkley, Malone. They be like, well, what about Tim Duncan? Oh, wait. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Main biker in that super chat. He says Cotto had a fro. He's black before PR. We are the bar. I said I was fucking with Miguel when he had the curly afro. Yes. 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 So salute to Miguel, but you know, I want to deal with the case study. Margarito never cheated Cotto. And I know I wanted people to look at this and say, what? Oh, this guy's bugging. Drop the link. And I would drop the link and let you cook. and tell me something that I don't already know. That's the point this morning. When I first started the show, I gave you the definition of burden of proof. I want the smoke. And y'all know I don't do debates like that, but I want the smoke. I want the smoke. I want the smoke. I want the smoke. On Pep Talk, 91% of people say Margarito cheated Cotto. 9% said no. That is funny as hell. Bear Cave, 67% of people say Margarito didn't cheat. 33% say, I'm sorry, 67% said Margarito cheated. 33% said no. Wow. And right here, 93% said yes, 7% said no. Where y'all at? Don't be afraid to type in the chat. Where y'all at? I need a Cotto fan that doesn't know who I am, that is hearing not even hearing my stance, but you're reading the title. And if the title triggers you, that's my intent. Make yourself known, click the link, and let's have a conversation. I'm going to let you cook. I just have questions. I'm going to let you cook. Tell me your stance. Even with everything that we know, I want you to walk me through it because it's all public information, but I want to review the public information. The title this Simian Saturday, episode 11, is Margarito Never Cheated Cotto, case study. And I want you to walk me through it. Why you don't like the title and why the title is fraudulent. Let's walk through it. Let's walk through it. Yeah, K-Rod, a lot of people don't even know. Dude, the guys in my locker room, right, at my old job, Kid Kudo, salute. All they knew was Felix Trinidad and Miguel Cotto. I tried to bring up Hector Camacho, who was from Spanish Harlem. You know what I mean? But they don't know. Blue Blood Sports TV in the building. Salute. Yeah, they see the pot. Yeah, bro, they see it. Boo, you already know what I'm going to do. You already know. As soon as someone clicks that link, it's going to be...
He bit the bait.
Oh, you already know. You already know. They know what I'm going to do. They know what I'm going to do. There's 100 people in here watching. They're like, oh, man, do I want to get on here? Yeah. Let's discuss the title. Let's do it. You see, you know what I just did just now? Like just yesterday, I'm listening to my brother BFTB, and somebody got in his chat and said, Blue Blood said that Shakur and T.O. sold, they did 1-point-something million buys. And somebody in the chat said, stop listening to Blue, he's lying. And I read that, I didn't even respond. Because what do you think I'm saying? Did Blue make that up, or is he reading something that was reported? You see what I'm talking about? You know why? Because bro, if you want to hide something from a nigga, put it in the book. And by the way, who is Blue's #1 criticizers?
Negro.
Yeah. Who are the people that talk about him the worst?
Negro.
But if Chris Mannix said the same damn thing, they'd be running around here talking about, yo, Chris Mannix said. Dan Raphael said, but Blue ain't good enough. See what I mean? This guy's giving boxing content every effing day. So you ain't got to go anywhere else. You ain't got to read no magazines. Well, y'all don't read anyway. Y'all get triggered over small stuff. I say stop me when I'm lying. I say point out when Blue's wrong. You know what they do? They call out, oh, well, you know, you got a fight call wrong. It's boxing. Talk about the news. Thank you. All facts. I even put the article up in the video. Stupidity is contagious. Yes, but they'll say you made it up. And I said, man, what the fuck? Did they watch the same video I watched, or did they just read the title? Now watch this. I could put out a video today and I could just call it Splash. What am I talking about? Splash. What am I talking about? There's a movie in the 80s named Splash. It's about a chick that was a mermaid. Splash. There was a song by an R&B group back in the day called Splash. What do you think they were talking about? There was an adult film back in the day called Splash. What do you think they were talking about? I could put out a video today and say Splash. What am I talking about? Oh, okay, we got one. We got one. Okay. Respectfully. Okay. This brother right here, he says, hey, I just turned to your channel. I'm really a gamer. Okay, respectfully, I'm a gamer. Well, not as much as I used to on time. He said, but what do you mean Cotto wasn't cheated? Was he? That's the question. I'm just asking the question. I'm saying Margarito never cheated Cotto. If you have time, I can drop a link, respectfully. And I would like for you to explain how was Miguel Cotto cheated. I want you to explain it. If you're available, I would like for you to come up here and explain it. Press said he did get cheated. Okay, so that's two. So it's Dr. Minvale and Prez. I would like for you guys to both come up here and explain how he got cheated. I want you to explain it. Now, y'all are late. I just ran down the whole first fight. I picked Cotto to win, and then something happened around round 4 or 5. He said, outside on the bus, I can chat till I get on it. I'm outside already on the bus. I can chat till I get on it. Well, when will you be in a position where you can like actually click the link and have this conversation? That's what I'm looking to do this morning. This is a case study. I'm not looking to argue with anybody. I just have questions. So if you're available, I could drop the link right now. You can click on it. If you're in a place where I can hear you and state your case. Prez, you're welcome to do the same. I'm gonna drop the link and I want you to state your case. You know I run this like a courtroom, right? So, you know. I will ask you a question. 15 minutes, that's perfect. I'll still be online. And anybody else watching that wants to state your case, look at the title, and we're going to address the title. We're going to have a conversation. And I will cross-examine you. I'm just letting you know. All right? For those of you that are familiar with the court system, you know how this works. For those of you that have watched court TV, I'm going to keep it so simple. Nah, Prez, ain't no catch. There's no catch. I actually been saying I'm going to do this for about a month now. Edgar says, I think Cotto would win the case in court. My response is, why didn't he sue? I got questions. I need everybody that has a problem with the title. You can come up and state your case. I will give you an ample amount of time. State your case, and you will be cross-examined. It's 115 people watching this. Smash my like button, share the video. EMT Rick says Cotto should be apologizing to Margarito. Yo, they out here. They out here. They out here. I need the Cotto supporters to come because I'm a Cotto supporter. I need y'all front and center. I have questions. I have questions. Edgar says, I asked AI. AI said Cotto would win the case. AI also is telling us they're not sure if that's really Jeffrey Epstein in Israel. So AI has gotten really, really great over the last 8 months. Just in time to confuse everybody. SD, hey man, I'm dropping a link. I want everybody that supports Cotto to come up, and I'm going to individually ask you guys to prove your case. Hold on, don't type anything else in reference to it in the chat because I'm gonna drop a link. I'm waiting for Dr. Minville to get to a location. I'm gonna drop the link, and respectfully, individually, I want you guys to prove your case, and then I'm gonna proceed to ask you questions. And we're gonna discuss it. S. Walker in that super chat salute. He says, salutes to the chat. Great topic because this is where there's smoke, there's fire situation, but in the court of law, it's no clear evidence of it. I'm not going to reread that. I'm not going to reread that. SD, I'm just going to drop the link, bro. I'm just going to drop the link, and I want to hear what the Cotto supporters have to say. I promise y'all, I'm going somewhere with this. There's no tricks. This is a case study. This is a case study. There's a reason why I gave you a background. I live in New York City. I'm from the Bronx. I swear to God. Ratchet, what up, brother? Half of Puerto Rico lives in this borough. I swear to God, I feel like that. I work with Puerto Ricans. Some of my best friends are Puerto Ricans. And whenever Felix Trinidad was leading up to a fight, it was party time, and justifiably so. Every time Cotto was lead up to a fight, no doubt, DR. No doubt. When you get to a location, let me know. I'll drop the link, and I'm gonna have all you guys. Okay, no problem, brother. I'll drop the link, and you guys can come up and just state your case. And I'm a Miguel Cotto supporter. I am. But I also understand the court system. I understand law to a degree. I'm no lawyer. This is not legal advice or anything, but we're just going to have a basic conversation. I did something at the top of the show, and when the brothers joined the panel, I'm going to read it again, but I'm individually going to ask them to prove their case. That's all. That's all. And now, mind you, everything we know about Cotto and Margarito is what? Public record. It's public record. Everything we know is public record. Everything we know. So I'm looking forward to having this conversation. I am. I really am. I need all Miguel Cotto fans front and center. If you're triggered by the title, that's my intent. But I would love to have this conversation, because I've had this conversation in real life dozens of times. Dozens of times. I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about. So I'm waiting on I don't know how to say his name, Dr. Minvel. I'm waiting on him, and I'm gonna have them join the panel, and we're gonna get to it. Hold on, I'm sending out a text. What the fuck? My brother Xavier just oh, okay, I'll just call it Doctor. Okay, good brother. Okay, no problem. From Boxing Scene, my brother Xavier just sent me a screenshot. I need y'all to look this up. I'm gonna look it up in a second. Garcia hit with a fine. Boxing Scene has learned that Ryan Garcia has been hit with a $5,000 fine and a warning of further disciplinary action after failing to meet the initial deadline for his 14-day WBC weight check. Huh. Breaking news. Breaking news. I'm not going to touch that. We got all next week to dive into that. We got all next week to dive into that. So he missed the deadline. This bro, I'm not, hey, you know what? Okay. You already know what time it is. But I guess this is probably all relevant to what we're talking about here. But, I'm just waiting for our brother Doctor to pull up, and I could drop the link now, and I could have the brothers that want to talk about it, that want to defend. If you disagree with the title of the show, click the link, come up, and just state your case. If you disagree, and we know what we know already, but if you disagree with the title, click the link. You can come up. If you're an unfamiliar, I just have to ask you, turn your camera on for a moment so I know you're a real person, because I get a lot of freaks out here. Turn your camera on, and then you can turn it off. And, we can have a conversation. If you disagree with the title of the show, you can come up and state your case, because this is the conversation. The conversation is Margarito never cheated Cotto. How'd I know K-Rod was going to be up here? Let me just bring my brother up here, man. Salute, brother.
Hey, how's it going, Jeff?
I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling, man.
Yeah.
What's your stance on that? Margarito never cheated Miguel Cotto. What's your stance on that?
Yeah, yeah, during this time frame, like I was like super young growing up, but I thought at first like the whole cheating thing wasn't really like how should I say it? Like it didn't make any sense to me, but as I got older, like I was thinking like, okay, like Cotto, he should have known this like a little bit sooner. And
Uh-huh.
I think overall, you know, it was evil for what Margarito had done in the first fight. And I
Uh-huh.
think, you know, like if Toto, if he had known it a little bit sooner that Margarito was trying to shoot him, I think Toto would have pressed legal action up against him. But I just think like throughout the whole first fight, it just didn't make any sense because you know so many people that were defending Margarito was basically defending him just to be racist, just to say that Toto, like you know, he should have been a little bit smarter. But the truth is that Margarito, he's been cheating other fighters, you know, since then before fighting Toto. So I think either way, you know, that the whole scandal with alone just pretty much just had everything set up for Cotto just to fail himself.
Okay. Well, let's not give it all away. My question is, you said that now I'm just running this like a courtroom. I'm just running this like a courtroom.
Yeah.
Um, you said that he cheated other fighters. Who are those fighters that he cheated?
Um, yeah, like I have to go back and find the backtrack.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So I'm gonna come back to you, Delano. Good brother. What's going on? You on mute, brother? Damn, brother. Why you got a problem coming off mute all the time? I think Delano be on the move, bro. Damn. I want to hear what he had to say. Veneer says, salute Drew. He cheated Kermit Cintron. Well, that's what Kermit said on my panel. He said that. He said that. He sure did. He said that. I rock. Salute, brother. He sure did say that. Yeah. He sure did. And you know what? I believe him. I believe him. I believe him. But so you got Kermit Cintron. Well, I guess let me ask the brother K-Rod. So knowing what we know about Antonio Margarito, would it be safe to say or wise to assume that he's done that in the past?
Yeah, I would like I would say so.
Okay, let me stop right there. I don't want to get too deep into this. I'm waiting for Prez to pull up and Doctor to pull up. I want like an unfamiliar Miguel Cotto fan to pull up on me. I'm really trying to trigger them. I'm really trying to trigger them specifically because I'm a Cotto supporter. But I'm hoping that this came across the virtual desk of a hard body karate Miguel Cotto fanatic, and they get all mad and start coming in here cussing me out, all kinds of mommy bicho and all that. I want that smoke. I want that smoke. I want you to come onto the panel and let's have a conversation. Prez, where you at, brother? Come on up. Come on, let's go. Let's get it. If you watch my content, you already know my stance on this. You might even know what I'm doing. But I want the smoke. Where the smoke at? I know Miguel Cotto got fans. I know he does. I'm one of them. I'm one of them. Yeah, Delano, you there?
Yeah, what's up, bro? What's going on?
What's good, bro?
Morning.
Morning.
Yeah. Yeah, you're kind of right and wrong. I mean, on this one, I agree. I think that when Cotto fought Margarito, they wasn't his corners actually missed it. Or maybe it's legal over there where they fight. So that's why you're kind of right, where it's like, yeah, he cheated. It's just that when he fought Mosley, that Hassim just picked it up. They didn't know before Hassim picked it up. Now they're saying,
Damn.
oh,
No,
now it's legal.
hold on. You gotta leave Hasim. We're talking about Cotto. We gotta leave. You gotta leave that out. Leave Nassim and Mosley out of this. We're dealing with Cotto and Margarito.
Yeah, but it's was most likely legal. It's just like Inouye. It's legal out there, and
Nah, they were fighting. I think Cotto fought him in Vegas. This is stacking raps and everything. So what do you mean? Okay, so you're saying that his raps were stacked?
Yeah, like similar to that. It's like similar to stacking almost. That what he was doing.
It's not legal in any way, shape, or form. So,
but if
did he cheat him though? Did he cheat? So he did.
He cheated. Listen,
he cheated Cotto.
Drew.
Yeah.
Let's hear me out.
Okay.
All right. When he was fighting, he's been fighting like that for a while. I believe every fight he was fighting like that. I believe that because when I was watching, if you watch the Paul Williams fight, towards the end of the fight, if you watch the later rounds, you started hearing sudden sounds. Pap, 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 pap.
I don't recall. I recall the fight. I don't recall listening to it like that.
I was listening to sudden. I was listening to the sudden shots. When you hear those sudden shots, Paul was just taking them. And Paul had built a big lead going towards the end, but that's when, like they said, the raps was going into cement mode.
Okay.
Cement mode, but Paul Williams was taking it, so he has been doing it for a while before he got caught. That's just my opinion.
We can speculate. We can speculate he was doing that for a while. We can speculate.
I mean, it's speculation, Drew. But you remember when he fought Shane Mosley and Capiteo went to check his gloves, and they said
Don't give it away. Don't give it away.
Okay.
Don't give it away.
Okay. My bad.
Like I said, we know what we know. All the facts are out. We know what we know. All the facts are out. No doubt about it. But I want to stick to my title. There's a reason why I'm doing this. I want to stick to the title. The title is, did Margarito cheat? Margarito never cheated Cotto.
Well,
that's the title.
The only reason why I believe he did cheat Cotto is sort of like the Ryan Garcia, Rolly Romero, Devin Haney thing. He looked good in that first Cotto fight, remember? But the speculation wasn't really. Then the next fight, he lost, and he didn't look so good. Then when he fought Cotto again, he lost. So it's like right after they caught that, you went to shit.
All right. Listen, here's what we're doing. Okay, when nobody's wrong. Let me just say that.
Yeah,
nobody's wrong. But let me ask y'all a question. Wait, hold on. Before I go any further, y'all ever been in a courtroom situation?
Correct.
Okay. So.
Yeah, I have.
Okay, so if the judge is calling you defendant and you're being cross-examined by a lawyer, if you go off of track and you don't answer the question, what do they tell you? They tell you that you're non-responsive. They don't want to talk about anything else but what they asked you.
Yeah, correct.
That's how I'm running. That's how I'm running this. That's how I'm running this. So the title is Margarito never cheated Cotto. We're talking about the first fight. Margarito never cheated Cotto.
All right, you're right, Drew. I think you're right on that point. On that particular fight, you were right because the corners never caught it, or Margarito was probably doing it and it wasn't seeing that it was legal, but he was doing it. He probably knew he was doing it, but they never caught it.
If you have to tell me probably, then that's not substantiated.
Yeah, that's correct.
Probably it is. I can say probably he's not.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, but it's like you can't prove the evidence because the raps are gone, everything is gone. So they can't prove it. They can't prove it. We just know that he was just beaten up pretty bad.
But that's how the courts work, though. I mean, that's how the police work, though. It ain't what they know; it's what they can prove. You see what I'm saying?
What they can prove, So would it be? They don't have the evidence of the gloves of the raps.
So if
that's why I say you're kind of right.
A Margarito fan came in here right now and said he ain't cheat Miguel, would he be wrong?
No.
I mean, well, what we know, I believe he cheated. Yes.
Okay, but
but they have a stance of fighting. Well, they didn't find him. They didn't find him not guilty. You know what I'm saying? So they didn't find it at the fight.
How about this? Was there ever an investigation?
No.
Oh,
Mm-mm.
oh,
Nope.
okay. All right.
Not that only person that I really heard going into detail was like analysts and stuff like Jim Lampley and certain people like that. But I don't remember it being an investigation.
No, they just accepted it the way it was
Right.
until Nassim found out what he was doing, and then that's when now he's a cheater now. Okay, all right, but Cotto's corner looked at his gloves and they said, yeah, it's okay, it's fine. He's wrapping them up right, so it was legally it was all right. Then you see what happens.
This is a very interesting topic.
So you can't go to court for that because the man said, yeah, you checked the wraps, yeah, okay, so it wasn't okay, so there it is. The case closed.
Mm-hmm.
Case closed.
This is a very interesting topic, and y'all already know how I feel about cheaters in boxing, and I am not a Margarito guy at all, especially knowing what we know. But as it pertains to the first Cotto fight, in fact, we can apply it to the second one too, because we know they got it right in the second fight. But my question is, how could you prove he cheated Cotto in the first fight? How could you prove it? You know what I mean? So that's why I put this triggering title in there. Margarito never cheated Cotto. I should have put prove me wrong. I should have put that. I want people to come up here thinking I'm a Cotto hater. I want that. Valuable lesson in here. Prez, where you at? Doctor said he's 6 minutes away. Okay. I'm interested in hearing what the brothers got to say this morning because this is the part of the law where it's enraging. It's enraging. This is part of the law where it's enraging. It is. This is like awful work, in my opinion. It's one of those situations where I don't like it, but I understand. One of those situations. You know, I don't like it, but I understand. Until this day, right now, Margarito will tell you I never did that. I seen him do it. I seen him say it in the interviews. Say, what happened with Cotto? He said, I do nothing. I do nothing. I just punch him. I do nothing. That's what he said. That's what he said, man. That's what he said. You know, this is a slippery slope, but it's actually it's cut and dry to me because I understand how things work.
I mean, yeah, if you go into a legal process, he's not guilty because, hey, you know, you can't find the evidence. You got to have evidence, bro. You know.
Yeah.
That's the only thing. But if you asking me personally, there's no way. I mean, did he knock out any? But you have to look at his knockout ratio record after that,
Mm-hmm.
and then you would have to look at he hadn't been knocking anybody out.
Mm-hmm.
I know after that.
So
He
you know what
lost
I'm
his
saying?
next
So,
two fights.
yeah, he lost. Yeah.
He lost to Pacquiao and Shane right after that.
All his powers disappeared.
You know, so we could look at that after the fact and say, hey, man, you know, look what happened after that, and look what happened before that. We could do that, but you know, if we're in the court of law, and I'm Margarito's lawyer, I'm saying, okay, we're not talking about that. We're talking about this fight right here. And if you can't answer the questions that I asked you, I'm gonna label you as non-responsive. We got to get you back on track.
But Drew, you're right. But you know why you're right? Let me tell you why you're right. Because Cotto thought he cheated until the Mosley fight.
The Mosley fight has nothing to do with the first Cotto fight.
Yeah, well, Drew, hear me out. But before when
I
they
understand.
fought,
I'm just telling you how it would go in the courtroom. I'm not saying you're wrong, Delano.
yeah.
But
I
this is
know what
how
you're saying. I hear
this
what
is
you're
how this is how a lawyer would try and eat y'all alive.
Yeah, correct.
You know,
Correct. Yeah, that's right, because there's no evidence there. The raps are not there. The raps are not there. Nothing. He has nothing to prove that he cheated Margarito. But like I said, after that fight was over, they thought squarely he lost. Cotto thought he just lost to Margarito. He's a punter. Nobody said nothing. So he's past that. You can't use that against him now. But us as fans know, hey, wait a minute. This dude has been doing this for a while, man. And if he did that with the Mosley fight, that's it.
There he is, my brother Thomas. What's good, bro?
Yo, what's good, man? Salute
Boricua!
Yeah, what's up, PD?
You're a funny guy, man. You're a real funny guy, bro. Yo, I don't even know how to respond to that. Well, I'm just gonna say a few things. I mean, technically, just based on box rec and history, because they never overturned everything. You know, he never cheated. Right, we have to go by what we saw, and we have to go by what history told us as far as Margarito's concerned. But I want to go back to because I know we're not going to talk about the Shane Mosley and how they caught it they caught it the first time, which really wasn't the first time, which is what we learned. Cotto's team obviously messed up. Cintron's teams messed up. A lot of teams messed up as far as not checking his Margarito's gloves and checking the hand wraps. They missed it because two things. So one, Cotto did provide evidence after the fact. There was still frame shots, and that was a big thing. And you could see there was cracks in the gloves where in the hand wraps, which you've never seen before. Right? That's not the hand wraps are not supposed to crack the way they crack. Like
that was disgusting work, by the way.
You know what I'm saying? So Cotto did provide that evidence, but it didn't matter. I guess it was after the fact or whatever, because at the end of the day, it still counts as a loss for Cotto and a win for Margarito. But I will say this, because I've interviewed a bunch of people and I speak to a lot of people behind the scenes, and I spoke to Stitch Duran. Now Stitch Duran, is a famous cut man, right? But he also wraps hands, and he's been in tons of different locker rooms and tons of fights, right? And he told us that he does believe that Margarito and his trainer, I can't remember who his trainer was, and the person that wrapped his hand cheated, because he said that he always noticed what they did before every fight. Nobody ever picked up on it, because I guess he's seen
Robert Garcia
when Margarito used to get a hands wrap. So Stitch says that usually when a guy does the hand wraps, he takes out all the equipment out of the bag or whatever, and it's on the table. And it's from hand to table, you know what I'm saying? Meaning like, to the tape, the gauze, you know what I'm saying? We're wrapping the hands.
The regular protocol shit.
Yeah, what was that?
I said the regular shit, regular stuff.
Regular stuff. But when they would wrap Margarito's hands, it would always be from the bag to the hand, from the bag to the hand. And this is Stitch Duran. Stitch Duran told us this like a couple years ago when we interviewed him. He said, it was never weird. It's like if you're gonna wrap the hands or do anything, everything needs to be on the table, visible. But it was always from the bag to the hand, to the hand. So that's another thing out there where
red flag. That was a red flag.
People may not know.
Hold on. Bulls. He says Nassim Richardson tamper with evidence. Bro, you gotta click the link, bro. You gotta come up here. I have questions.
Hello, my people.
Yeah,
I
so
heard about
but with that being said, I know what you're doing, Drew, and that's why it's funny. And I didn't really feel the need to come up, but I just wanted to, because Lana was saying, they didn't, they can't say anything until after the fact, but and that they didn't have evidence. Well, Cotto, they did provide evidence, but it was after the fact. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think Delano and a lot of people know that they pushed him and provided proof and evidence that he did cheat against him. And I truly believe he cheated against Cintron, especially the second fight, because if you look at Cintron's, like in the beginning of that fight, Cintron looked good in those first couple rounds.
Margarito he's a known cheater. He's a known cheater. So.
Yeah. But real quick, but if you look at that, you see the facial expression Cintron made. You know what I'm saying? When he got hit and hit to the body,
remember when Cintron was something off at the end of that fight?
You said what, Drew?
You remember when he was rolling on the floor?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he weapons.
But
Yeah,
see,
crazy,
and that's
crazy,
what they were
crazy.
saying about the hand wraps and the stuff that he had. They said later on in the fight, the shit gets harder.
Yeah.
So toward the
Yes.
back end of the fight,
Yeah,
his
but
hits
what?
get harder.
But what did they mean that he did not cheat?
Okay. All right. All right. So, okay. The
He
doctor's on the
late.
panel.
Yeah,
Doctor's
he
on the
late.
panel. Okay, this is great. Okay, this is great. Salute, doctor. How are you? Good morning. Good morning.
Pretty
brother.
good, pretty good.
Excellent. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna give you the floor. I'm gonna put everybody on mute. It's just gonna be me and Doctor talking. So, Doctor, I want to address the title of my of the live this morning. It says Margarito never cheated Cotto.
Yes, sir. I see that. That's why I entered the chat because my mom.
Oh man, he felt what the hell? Okay, wait for him to come back for a second. Because he was having a problem connecting for a second. Okay, wait, there you go. Wait a minute. Hold on. You there?
Hello.
Yeah, you can hear me? Okay. Oh shit. Okay, you can hear me now? You can hear?
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Hello.
You can hear us? Hello, hello? Can you hear? Sham it? Damn it. All right, he had to go out and come back in. I think he's on the move. I don't know. Is this dude trolling? Boricua, super jealous, Mexican superiority, they can't handle it. Click the link, man. Say it with your chest. Click the link.
Niggas like that, I ignore, because he ain't talking about shit.
He ain't saying nothing. He ain't saying nothing. Hello? You there? Doctor, you there, brother?
Hello.
Can you hear us? Doctor?
Because not once was this made into some race shit. Like, not one time. So, dude ain't talking about shit with that comment.
Doctor, you can hear us?
Hello.
Damn. He keep dropping off. I think he's
I can hear him.
he said he was on a bus or something, right? He said he was okay, he keep coming now. Hold on, let me try and get him back up here.
Sorry about
Hello?
that. Sorry about that. Hello.
You can hear us now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes.
Okay, great. Okay.
I had to defend. Margarito. I had to defend Miguel Cotto because my mom's Puerto Rican, my dad is Puerto Rican, so he's like part of my family.
You wait. Oh man, he keep falling off. Hey, Bulbos, one more outburst like that. If you're not joining the panel, we're gonna block you. Seriously, don't do that.
That guy's an idiot because I'd say like
We keep on closing. We keep on closing out the chat for some reason. I don't know what's going on. I think it's YouTube.
It might be.
Ignore it, dude. He trying to rate base, bro. Ignore. He trying to race bait.
No, but what I was gonna say real quick before this guy start, I'm sorry, but it's that 133 million compared to 3 million. That's all I gotta say. Like, of course, they have more Mexican fighters. You have more population. It's the statistics, matter. So, but if you take
he raised bait. Ignore him, bro.
I'm just saying, if you take the handful of Mexicans, it's not even close. Go ahead.
He trying to raise bait though. It was a good show. We ain't even finna turn it into that shit. Like we talking about, yeah.
Loser,
What he talking about?
uneducated.
Let me talk to Doctor. Doc, when you talk, you gotta make sure you talk to the mic so everyone can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah. You make sure you're talking to the mic because you kind of low. My end, kind of low.
Sorry about that. I'm using the iPhone.
Oh.
And no AirPods. So.
No Okay. So let's adjust the title. Your thoughts on the title?
Yeah, he was cheated. It was multiple incidents where Margarito's gloves was hurting, and it was unusable for humans. So.
Okay. I'm gonna act in defense of Antonio Margarito. I'm gonna act.
Okay.
Okay, so Margarito is accused of cheating Miguel Cotto in their first fight.
Yes.
What proof do you have in reference to that fight?
The gloves and the hardened wraps.
What wraps?
They was caught in the first fight after the different trainer has caught him with the gloves, and he tried to put it to the commission, and the commission told him he was a liar, and it was multiple times that the commission don't protect the fighters.
All right, wait a minute. We're talking about the first fight. We're not talking about anything else but that fight.
Yes.
You're alleging that Margarito cheated Miguel Cotto, and you talked about gloves.
Yes. It was his gloves. Every single time that he would hit Cotto, his face would be bloodening up and it would be swollen up.
So damage. So is it reasonable to say that when fighters fight, there can be a level of damage that a fighter could sustain during a boxing match? Yes or no?
Yes, that occurred.
Okay. So you're alleging that Antonio Margarito manipulated the gloves?
Yes. It was
Okay.
it was
Okay. Where are those gloves right now?
Maybe.
Maybe? Are you sure?
No, I'm pretty sure that Margarito's team has the hand wraps.
Okay. Aren't commissions in the locker rooms overviewing hand wraps and gloves?
They should. Yes, they should.
Okay, so they are. Okay, so is it reasonable to believe that the commissions did their job that night?
No. It was clear evidence that he cheated. The face.
You said the evidence is clear. You said the evidence that is clear that he cheated.
Yes.
Okay, so if it was clear that he cheated, wouldn't Margarito have been suspended? Wouldn't Margarito have been wouldn't have been brought to that attention?
Yeah. He was suspended for 4 years. Then Manny Pacquiao fought him.
Wait. We're only dealing with the Margarito Cotto fight. We're not talking about anything else.
Oh. I thought he was suspended.
No. The title of the show is Margarito Never Cheated Cotto. We're talking about the first fight.
Yeah.
Okay.
The first fight.
What I'm asking you is, I'm acting like I'm his defense attorney.
Oh,
now
okay.
we know what we know, but we're talking about the first fight. We're talking about as it pertains to the first fight. I'm saying Margarito never cheated Cotto, and your job is to prove your case. You mentioned gloves. I asked you where the gloves are. You don't know where they are. I asked you about hand wraps. Well, I didn't ask you about the hand wraps. Where are the hand wraps?
They should be with Margarito's team, along with the gloves.
So the commission's okayed the gloves, signed off on it. The commission's okayed the hand wraps, signed off on it. So why are we assuming that Margarito cheated Miguel Cotto?
It was multiple people outside the commission that said he cheated, that Margarito was cheated. I mean, Miguel Cotto was cheated.
Okay, you said multiple people that night that said Margarito cheated?
Yes.
Like who?
I would say his camp.
His camp?
Yes.
So when the fight ended, Cotto's camp said Margarito cheated when the fight ended?
Not his camp, his wife. I'm sorry.
His wife said that. Okay. So is it okay? So you're saying that Cotto's team blew the whistle on Margarito that night?
Yes.
Okay. So
He talked to the commission about it, but the commission did not do anything about it.
So he told the commission
Yes,
that I got cheated that night, and the commission did nothing.
did nothing. Did nothing. No.
Can you prove that?
I mean, I can't. I don't know. I don't have the number for them.
Now let me stop for a second, brother. You see how bad this is?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is real bad. This is real bad.
But
Now,
I thought he did suspend him, but that's when Pacquiao fought him.
Okay, now let me step outside of character right now. In a court of law, I just ate you alive.
Yes, sir, you did. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And you know what sucks? We know what we know. Because we can connect the dots. We can connect the dots. We know what we know. Shower, salute, queen. We know what we know. But we can connect the dots. When you're in the court of law and they make you stick to the topic, they don't want to talk about anything else but that fight. So everything else is irrelevant. And the sad fact is, in reference to that first fight, Margarito was never caught. That's why when you throw the mic in Margarito's face and ask him about that first fight, he's going to smile and laugh and say, I never did anything.
Just like a lot of people, they don't know that when Miguel Cotto fought Manny Pacquiao, Miguel Cotto, he was drained. He was drained that night. He could not level up for some reason, but nobody ever talks about this.
I talk about it. You said you just found my channel. I talk about that all the time. One of the things I say about Miguel is that he has 2 losses on his record that shouldn't be there. One is Margarito 1. The other one is Manny Pacquiao. I always talk about that.
He was never the same. He was never the same.
I mean, at that time, Pacquiao was the catchweight king.
Catchweight king, he sure was.
Oh yeah.
Catchweight king.
Like 144, one like 146.
He was. Everybody was on the catchweight.
He wouldn't let opponents move up to 147 completely.
Yeah. Now, you know, I mean, I really wanted a Cotto defender to come up here.
I tried.
Yeah, I know. And listen, I'm not saying you're wrong because you know what we know. You're not wrong. That's the thing. You're not wrong because we know.
We have this special talent that is coming. His name is Keith Cologne. I don't know if you
Keith Cologne. Yeah. Keith Cologne.
Yeah. Yep. Next star. Yeah,
Keith Cologne, man. That's the man right there.
But Xander Zayas, he don't fight with Haney, but we don't call him a fighter. We call him a coward, though. Anybody that from this country that don't want to fight, anybody that's like said to the name that's fighting is truly a coward. We are born to fight any man or anything that stands in our way.
Now that only applies to Americans. When our American fighters say something, we cowards. If they call us out or something, though, you simply we cowards. But when we do it, we clout chasing, and it's so yeah. Nah.
Oh no.
This guy, Bull Boost Boxing Academy says Margarito beat the brakes off of him. What you mean? It shouldn't be a loss. Well, first of all,
oh no.
First of all, I disagree with
crazy,
that.
Crazy talk.
But
crazy.
What I'm saying is, there's something called burden of proof, and it's unfortunate. So, Bull Boost Boxing Academy, if you'd like to join the panel, let me know. I'll drop a link. You can come up here and we can have this conversation. I'm open for it. But what do I tell you at the top of the show? I explained what the burden of proof means. I gave you the definition.
But even when you have proof, people still make fun of fighters.
Oh, I know.
It's kind of like how they was doing Haney, but he was caught I don't care what percentage it was. It was still not. It was still not acceptable.
Mhm. Now, I'm
It,
looking
it
for
was.
I'm looking for the Cotto fans that disagree with what I just said. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the Cotto fans that's looking to disagree with me with the title. And I'm showing y'all how goofed up boxing is. I'm showing y'all how goofed up it is. Bull boost boxing. You know what's strange? I don't see you. Oh wait, there you go. Wait a minute.
People is weird. People is weird on the internet.
Yeah,
So
yeah, he's
I don't pay people no mind.
no.
But your channel is pretty good.
I
You
mean,
guys,
some people do what we call drive-bys. They come by and they say something to try and rage bait.
I feel that.
They try and rage bait, but that don't work here.
No, you don't.
That don't work here.
How you uh how you feel about him getting a title shot after losing?
Wait, say that one more time.
How you feel about him getting a title shot after losing?
Who? Ryan Garcia?
Yeah.
Oh man, now that guy. Here's what I want you to do. I did 2 live streams yesterday, where I broke down the interview with Chris Mannix and Mauricio Simian.
Oh, that guy's a joke. That guy's a joke.
Yeah, and he explained
he takes money. He takes too much money. What does he mean? Somebody makes $3 million. He had to pay $300. That don't make any sense.
He pretty much said that the rankings in the WBC is a popularity contest. He justified Conor Ben being in the rankings. He justified Ryan Garcia losing a fight at 140 and jumping 15 people to straight up get a title shot. He justified it by way of popularity. The WBC is a joke, and I can't wait for Zuffa to destroy them. Throw that green belt, the vomit green belt, in the trash. Mauricio Simian is a joke. The rankings there is a joke, and everybody in those rankings should just simply get out of it.
I like Zuffa boxing, but you have to add the Muhammad Ali Act to protect fighters.
Yeah.
If there's no Muhammad Ali Act, no boxer needs to participate, because they can cheat, they could not enroll, they can do a lot of things that.
But with that, you got to know what you sign. You got to know what you signing though. With that, you got to read the fine print.
Yes, but a lot of boxers, even from where I'm at, they don't have the intelligence properly look at the contract.
Whose fault is that though?
There's only a few fighters today that have the smarts to look at proper paperwork before fighting.
What you saying is true, but whose fault is that? These are grown men. They got to know what they signing.
Yeah, and that comes and to add to that goes with having a good.
But you have to think about
team.
You have to think about it like
if you ain't got a good team around you, then they gonna let you sign up for some bullshit.
Yeah, and Doctor, I personally know Keith Cologne. Like he's a friend of mine. His father's a friend of mine, and I rock with him. And they have a good team. And he was the first one to tell me about Zuffa and what they do, because I had a fighter here in the Bronx that was about to sign with Zuffa. And he backed out of it. So having a good team is very important.
Yes, yes. Wow. What's your name?
That's not what people are saying.
You friends with Keith Cologne?
Yes, I've had him on my show a number of times. I've been to like 5 of his fights already as well. I was at his last fight here in Brooklyn. It was in the Barclays. I was at his last fight.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a good kid, man.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good kid. Yeah. Keep good people. Good people.
Smart kid, going to school. He's about to graduate from Rutgers University as well.
Yep.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
And they got a good team over there. They got other fighters as well. And three of them about to fight next week in Atlantic City. So
See,
Keith Colon
what?
and his father, they have a
What?
stable.
I
So,
Yeah, they
remember,
got a good
I
stable.
remember they had nothing. I remember they was barely like scraping for scraps, and I just got the gym. Oh, I'm just so happy for them. I'm so happy.
Yeah, Keith's a really good kid, man.
But this cheating it has
Hold
to
on,
stop.
doctor.
Yeah, that kid, man. I'm happy for that kid, man. He's he's what I call a rock star waiting to happen. He's a rock star waiting to happen, boy. When he blow up, watch.
He can easily take over 26.
Love that kid. I love that kid. Love him.
Yeah, I like his stable too. I like how he moving Xander. I like what he doing.
well, they don't have Xander. Don't get me wrong. And I got things to say about
that-
Xander. I let you guys know I'm a Puerto Rican supporter, but I'm really upset with Xander right now. But that this is a different topic. But nah, he doesn't have Xander. They have a lot of young
I thought they had Xander. I thought they had Xander.
What's that, Xander?
Huh?
I said, like, what's going on with Xander, TD?
Well, Xander is acting like he doesn't want to fight. He's making excuses not to fight Devin, and you know, and the more I'm reading about the things that's been happening, is that you know, if people pay attention to boxing and pay attention to what people have been saying and stuff, like, you know, unifications do matter, right? And you know, they would count more, but you have to weigh the options. And before Xander fought Abbas Baru, it was already talks that Devin wanted to have the fight. And Xander, who's been actively trying to get the big fights too, because he was trying to get Virgil, he wanted Fundora. Fundora dropped the belt, right?
Yeah.
He never really called out Rockbro, right? And you never hear him talk about Josh Kelly until after things played out. So it's funny to me that now he's looking for the third belt because Josh Kelly won, but he never really called for Bakram, in my opinion, unless anybody else can tell me, right? So, like, I think that's kind of an excuse. But if you look at it, think about it, because Xander has the cards to play with right now as far as the big moment, right? So, like, weigh the option: a unification maybe here in New York against Josh Kelly. Probably not pay-per-view in the big room, maybe. A lot of Irish UK guys here, versus a pay-per-view main event in the big room against one of the boxing's biggest superstars.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer which fight you take.
It should be.
Yeah.
It should be.
Yeah, like, I mean, overall, like I just never really thought of it to even be like that. But I mean, at this point, I'd rather max out with Devin. Like, if Devin wants to go to 54. And then, regardless of how that plays out, you know, you still have opportunities for other big fights at 154.
Absolutely, 23 years old. I mean, it's a no-brainer, and it's upsetting to me because I like Xander, and I'm a Xander fan, right?
Thank you.
And 23 years old, you have a chance to make life-changing money in a superstar fight already. Not many people get that opportunity. Yeah, you get a unification and draw a big crowd against a UK guy in Josh Kelly and possibly get 3 belts, but you look at the option. Which one is valued more?
Wait,
I'm just reading between the lines. What I'm getting is Devin is a hell of a fight that I don't think he won't. That's what I get out of it.
No, David Haney is the most complete boxer since Floyd. I say that respectfully.
Yeah, I don't think he just wanted. I don't think he want the Devin fight. I mean, that's just what I get out of it. I mean, he's a smaller man coming up.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So, like, it's probably the biggest money fight that you're gonna get as of now.
I mean, you know, here's what I get from it, man. In reference to that, Snoop, what up, Snoop? I see you. Right now, Devin's with all the shits. And it's real cool to try and capitalize off of what the punk ass fans were saying about him. But the response from DHP is they say, you said all that. You can insult him, you can insult lawsuits, but they say everything but fight. And I'm going to tell you something else. If y'all follow BFTB, if you're members, he put out some information yesterday. I almost fell on the floor when I heard that. I ain't going to tell y'all what it is. But god damn. What Devin's trying to do, holy shit. This Devin is with the shits. So if Xander Zayas
Of course,
wants that fight, then he needs to step it up. If not, then stop talking before you
Yep.
get punched in your mouth.
I agree. I agree 1,000%. And you know, I like, you know, I'm always with the Puerto Rican fighters. I support the Puerto Rican fighters, but I always call it down the middle. I'm not buying. Heck, I picked Dalton Smith to beat Subriel Matias, and I was in the building, right? So I mean, and I'm hanging out with Dalton Smith after the fight with the Puerto Rican hat. So listen, I'm as biased as it gets. You know what I'm saying? And you got to call it for what it is. You know, we got to stop looking at whose race is this and whose color is this, and just look at the skills and look at the moves that they're making, and look at, you know, if you're a fan of the sport, what's best for the sport, right? And that's what I'm at. That's the type of time I'm on. You know?
Yeah, I mean that's where I'll be at with it. Like we gotta quit. I mean, we can like like Drew just said, we can say all the little jokes, this and that, and da 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 da. But at the end of the day, when it boils down to it, everybody that Devin come to the fight, they fucking say no in some way. And that shit right there is what's blowing me. Y'all making fun of a dude that's trying to fucking fight.
Yeah.
except for Brian Norman. Brian Norman, he
The only one. The only one.
yes, or even not even Tank. Look,
I
look
don't
how
even,
long
man. I
it's
don't
been.
even want to talk about him. I'm
Look how
talking. I'm
long
talking
it's
about
been.
dudes like Rolly playing games.
It's been 10 years. It's been 10 years.
All these
And
dudes
come
playing
on.
games. Like, come on, fight the
Hold
man.
on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Bull Booze Boxing Academy says Devin is a welterweight running from Ryan.
Yeah, right.
You don't.
Yeah.
Watch this, y'all.
He's running for drug tests.
Yeah,
That's
dude
what he's
don't.
running from.
He
The
don't
link
even
is in the chat.
watch boxing.
That link is for Bull Boost Boxing. I want that conversation. Please come up and let's talk about it.
I guarantee you, this dude right here probably watch highlights. He don't even watch boxing. He
You don't
probably
watch
watch.
boxing?
Yeah, because if he know, then he know Devin been wanted to fight. Ryan was the one playing. But he's tricking y'all on the internet when he do a little bullshit like that interview. I'm gonna do this next time I fight, da 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 da, and it get people like him thinking it's Devin. So get the fuck out of
Tell
here.
him to rematch Rolly. And
Yeah, he got Rolly Romero.
Get his win back. Get a win.
Why do you think that he said he loved the WBC? Because the WBC says he's good for business.
Yeah,
That's
they made
what
that out.
it is. He says he good for business.
Yeah, no. The only good for people like Canelo. Only
Yeah,
for
Canelo, Loma, Ryan. You get the hype. You know, people with money behind them, people that's getting a push. That's who they want to wear their belt.
Hey, Bull Boost Boxing. If you trolling, just say you trolling. Because we trying to talk some boxing here.
Hey, I have to go, gentlemen. It was good talking with you.
Man, I appreciate you.
I'll be watching
You
your
have a channel,
channel.
brother? You have an active channel?
No. I just made one. I'm really a gamer. I was just on YouTube, and I'm like, what is it? What? I'm like, this is preposterous, bro.
Yeah. Well, that was my intent. That was my intent. I wanted to trigger somebody I was trying to make a point this morning, but that's okay, man. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You will get a viewer subscriber from me.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Type in the chat so I can give you a wrench.
Okay.
Absolutely, brother. Thank you.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Drew, look, I got a question.
Yeah. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I was going to ask about Xander. In regards to the Devin Haney fight, I was going to say, like, would it be like a smart move for Xander to go for undisputed at 154 and then try to make like the Devin Haney fight to make it like a better, like, you know, particular risk? So therefore, even if Xander does particularly lose, you know, that's at least like a better, like, you know, resume, you know, like as far as, you know, having to challenge Devin while he's trying to get all the belts.
Well, here's my take on that. Here's my take on that. Eric Jordan, that super chat salute. He says Ryan is a ped cheat and he's ducking the ninja sword. He's ducking a rematch.
Give power to my nigga sword!
No doubt. Let me wrench up. I'm gonna answer your question, K-Rock.
Okay.
Here's my take on that. Here's my take. I took care of the brother. it depends. It seems like these fighters today, they chase belts when it's convenient, so it could look good, right? When I see them chasing belts, a majority of the time, some of those fighters, they chasing belts when it's convenient, so it could look good, or they chasing mandatories. So I got to fight my mandatory, right? But when you have a contemporary, when somebody is on your bumper and you don't want the smoke, you chase a belt, right? But if the person saying your name is not a threat, then you want it. And then when the people are saying, what about the belts? They say, no, this is worth more money. This is worth more money right here. I'm taking this fight because it's worth more money. Now, should Xander go for undisputed? It sounds good. But right now, to compete against Devin Haney, what do we know? You're getting a really good payday, and there's a chance you could possibly win. Right? And who doesn't want that bragging right to beat Devin Haney? Who doesn't want that? So Xander, when he saw what Devin said, man, he's absolute food. Xander says, shut up. You just sue people. Same thing Rolly said. Okay, you said all of that. Are you going to fight though? Because you're going to get life-changing money and you could possibly win that fight. But now what do you want to do? You want to duck Devin? Because he said your name. You want to duck Devin and go for undisputed? What does that do for you? Especially since Zuffa's the big dog on the block. And in a minute, these belts ain't going to mean shit. And by the way, these new kids coming up, they're saying belts just collect dust and they don't matter. That's what I'm saying. They pick and choose when they want to pursue belts and go get money. You know what I mean? They pick and choose. So the game is all confused on their end. I know, listen, the belts devalued themselves, which is why Turkey Al-Sheikh was able to come in here and do what they do. You know what I'm saying? So I don't care about the belts at this current junction. I really don't give a shit. Devin said Xander's name. They had a back and forth. I think Xander and Devin should be fighting on the eve of the Puerto Rican Day Parade. And it'll be a bad day for Xander. That's just my opinion. And I fuck with him.
Let me add to that because let me add to that because I'm in agreement, except the very last part. But I'm in agreement, and I'll tell you why. And I think Drew explained it well. I think it all depends on what you say, right? Like if Xander would have said, you know what, my goal right now is to try to be undisputed, to collect the titles. This is what my goal is. I appreciate, you wanted to come up and challenge me, but right now this is my goal. Then it wouldn't be a problem, in my opinion. I mean, as a boxing fan, I might say something like, yo, he kind of ducked him, right? But I wouldn't make it a big deal. But the fact that he went and tried to clown and joke, like, bro, I'm all for shit talking. You feel me? But if you're gonna shit talking, then let's throw the hands. You know what I'm saying? So right. That's the biggest problem I have with Xander right now, because as a supporter of Xander, as a guy that's spoken to Xander and been to like 4 of his fights already, like, yo, let's do this. Like, come to New York. You have the opportunity to fight. It's not a home fight, but it's pretty much a home fight. If anybody knows New York City and the Puerto Rican,
I said that, yep.
You know what I'm saying? And you're getting a big payday. It's a superstar you're fighting. You're not fighting a regular Joe. Like, you know what I'm saying? So this is the problem. That's the problem I have. Like, if he would have never said anything, said like, this is our goal, this is our, this is what we had planned. We appreciate it. Like, it was respectful because, listen, they didn't come out disrespectful. They said, yeah, he's food. He's like, yeah, all right, you think I'm food? You get the opportunity one day. You could talk shit back. But it's that's why, and not to quote BFTB, but words matter, bro. And when you really follow and listen to what these fighters say or what they read, what they're writing, it's like, nah, man, that's a bad look, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got to be realistic. You know what I'm saying? So we could still be a fan of somebody, but we got to call it the way we see it. And what Xander did, I thought it was wrong, bro. It's only right if he says, you know what, you're right. All right, let's make this fight. Let's do this in New York. Y'all want to do it, boom, and then let's get it popping. You know what I'm saying? So that's the thing. That's why it's wrong. And he's using the unification bout as an excuse, in my opinion.
I agree, 100%. I agree, man.
Could I
all
try?
you have to do is say yes. Go ahead, K-Rod. So go ahead. You say something?
Yeah. Like I was just gonna basically add on with like your point, PD, and then same thing with like what you said, Drew, that the belts don't matter. Um, I just think that, like at this point, if the belts are worthless and the fighters are just using that as like a bare minimum to say I won't fight you because I'm gonna chase belts over here, then I think for that particular reason, if we fans want to support fights that are the biggest fights in boxing, then shouldn't we just exclude those fighters away from our, discussion where we don't support their fights, and therefore, we should have some sort of, system being put in place to have big fights being put in to like be a sport of boxing. So therefore, let's just say if Turkey Al Sheikh and Dana, if they come up with like a good, like structure where they have kind of like a tournament system in boxing. Like I think that should be pushed more. So therefore, if we want only big fights that only hardcores want to see, then that'll help that will help the sport grow a lot faster. So therefore, that can get rid of doping, in the sport of boxing.
No, you're right. I mean, but I think belts do matter. But I don't know if you understood what I was saying. I was saying, like, if he would have said that's what his goal was, because every fighter has goals. Every fighter has different visions, right? From the get go, then it would be respected more, is what I'm saying, right? And me as a fan would have no problem with it. Everybody has their own opinion. People may feel the way they want to feel. Like, nah, he's ducking. I mean, there'll be a side of me that says, you know what? He should have took that fight. But like I said, from the beginning, if he said that's what he was going to do, you know what I'm saying? But that's not what he did. He never mentioned Bakram. He never mentioned Kelly, you know what I'm saying? Until after his fight and until after Kelly beat Bakram, which was an upset, by the way, right? Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that happening. The Bakram was the boogeyman.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people didn't see that happening, so it looks bad, bro, and that's what I'm saying. Like belts matter. And then the side note, some of you fans, I got to stop this. Like let's not call Xander a bum. Like I see people saying Xander's a bum. Listen, if you're gonna do that, then why would you want a favorite fighter, right?
And it's not
fight somebody that's a bum. Come
He's
on,
not
man. You guys got to stop that. I see holes in his game. You saw holes in his game all throughout his career, and now all of a sudden, y'all gotta stop that. If Devin is calling you out, and that's your favorite fighter, he's calling out the top fighters, correct? So then are we gonna go with the narrative that Devin's only calling out bums now? Y'all gotta stop this, bro.
Yeah, I don't think Xander is a bum. I think he's a great fighter.
Not you. I'm just talking about the people that be talking.
Yeah. Some people want to think he's still a prospect. Like
my thing is I don't to call a fighter. First of all, that term bum has to be earned. He hasn't been around long enough. Let me say this: he hasn't ducked competition enough for me to call him that. And he's winning. And do I think he beats Devin? No. But you know what I'm going to say? Show me. Now Devin's with the shits. Is Xander? I mean, you could throw rocks and run, but you threw the rock and ran. You said something to fire back. He said you fooled. You said something about him suing. People are gonna forever talk about, the Ryan Garcia lawsuit or whatever. And let me park there for a moment. If you're black and you're standing with Ryan Garcia, I hate you. And never speak to me. There is no justifying anything that POS did. There's no justifying that. I'm not hearing we saw the left hook. I'm not hearing none of that. Because when he was off that juice and came in that proper weight, he couldn't outbox Rolly Romero. Now, we talked about like the title. Margarito never cheated Cotto. The difference with Ryan and Devin is that Ryan was caught red-handed, and he tried everything to lie, and he was tried, convicted, suspended, and then you find out he's a racist. So if you're black at this point, still talking about a left hook, don't talk to me. You don't know boxing and you hate yourself. All right? But moving forward, Xander said what he said, but now you have to follow it up with some action. If you're not fighting Devin, you might as well have kept your mouth shut. Because now I'm going to hold that over his head. No, wait, hold on, bro. You said that Devin won't do what he does, and you talk about lawsuits. Those are fighting words, bro. So are you going to fight or what? Everyone's saying that Devin's a weight bully. He beat the boogeyman at 140. I'm sorry, at 147, right? Now, y'all still saying he's too big. Now he's willing to go to 54 and fight Xander. And there's another name flying around. And if you're a member of BFTB, you heard what he said yesterday, and it blew my mind. I said, that for real? At 54. At 54. So Devin is high key, not low key, high key, shutting all y'all haters up. He's shutting y'all up. And when he dominates somebody of note, like a Xander Zayas at 54, y'all gonna be talking about go to 160, then go to 68, fight Benavidez. I'm telling you that's gonna happen.
Yeah. And they're gonna say Xander only 23. He was supposed to be.
He was green.
Hey, Drew.
Not me though. Not me. He'll get full credit, by the way. You know, I'm not a casual like some of these people.
Man, people ain't even trying to give him credit for the Norman fight, and before the fight, Norman was supposed to end the man's career.
But there were fans that were discrediting Norman at the same time as well too. It's like I don't know what it is that when everybody fights Devin, all of a sudden we discredit his opponent. Like, you know, we got to stop doing that. We're gonna say the guy is great, but then he's fighting guys that are average at the same time.
But if they beat Devin.
Fans, bro.
But had Norman, Loma, any of them had beat Devin, he would have been the biggest bomb in boxing. You see what I'm saying? Absolutely. But when he beat them, he old, he young, this, that. Like, come on, it's bullshit, bro.
1,000%. I agree. You know, that's crazy.
Hey, Drew.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let me ask you. Now, June is the Puerto Rican Day parade, right? So let me give you a good card on that day in New York City. Give you Xander Zayas and Devin Haney main event. Then you're giving you, if he gets by his opponent next week, Shakur Stevenson against Antoine Russell.
They won't fight on the same card. It sounds good. They won't fight on the same card.
The winner of those four, run it again. In September.
They won't. I hear you, and it sounds good, but Shakur wouldn't fight on the undercard of Devin Haney because his ego's too big.
Okay, but money talks. I don't think he will take the fight
because it was two main events. It wasn't called the co-main when you had Ryan Garcia and Rolly and Devin versus what's his name? They beat the shit out of. That wasn't considered. Devin wasn't considered a co-main. It was two main events.
Yeah, I remember.
He's on the undercard. But Devin was the highest paid on that card. So it sounds good though, Delano. It sounds good, but
that sounds real good.
Yeah, I don't think that Shakur, even if you label it as two main events, I don't think Shakur would be humble enough because he thinks he's a bigger rock star than Devin. And that's just not true. He's just celebrating right now. He's a rival of Devin.
But knowing Dev,
but
knowing Dev, you'll probably say, okay, you can take the main event. Just give me the fight.
Yeah, of course. Of course he do.
And let Shakur take the main event.
Here's the thing.
I don't think Shakur
Devin will say, I'll fight before. Devin will say, I'll fight before.
Yes. Correct.
I'll fight before Shakur, but Devin is going to be the highest paid on the card. Now, hold on for 1 second. Toledo Trice is backstage. Just do me a favor. Turn your camera on for a second so I know you're a real person and you can turn it off. Because, you know, you got people. Okay, I got you, brother. I got you.
That's Treese from the Boxing Voice. He be on their show.
Oh, okay.
Yow.
All right.
What up, dog? What up, dog? My God.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. But hey, man, Devin Haney gonna beat Xander Zayas if that fight happen. I just want to throw that out there. You know?
I think so.
Yeah.
And I say this respectfully. I'm not hating on Xander. I just don't see him beating Devin. I just don't see it.
And that's fair, Drew. If everybody was like you, Drew, boxing be in better place. But with the people that discredit the other fighters, that's the problem I have with it. You can have an opinion and say this, but how we're gonna disrespect, like the disrespect for Brian Norman was crazy, bro.
That was
They're
insane.
gonna do the same thing for Xander, and it's like you're only making your favorite fighter look bad when you do that. That's all I'm trying to explain to you.
Yeah.
Right. You
I
don't
digress.
discredit the possible opponent because what you're doing is if you discredit the possible opponent and then the fighter that you pick whoops his ass, then what good was it anyway? You said you said his guy was trash anyway. So you're really devaluing the potential win. That's what I'm saying. I always said, look, Devin's gonna beat Brian, but let's not act like Brian can't land something. That motherfucker dangerous. Brian is dangerous. He was dangerous in round 1, even when he got up in round 2. I said, yo, a hurt man's a dangerous man. Devin didn't smash the gas on him because there was things in there which I don't know. If you watch boxing, Brian made some adjustments. The knockout wasn't there like people say it was. He just knocked him down and fucked up his nose a little bit. But when he got up and finished the round, he was still in the fight. He was still in the fight. He was dangerous the whole fight. But Brian Norman took some things away, but then he wasn't prepared for Devin to make adjustments off of his adjustments. Because Devin has a higher IQ. That's just the fact that we saw that. And that's no disrespect. I'm just telling you what we saw.
Yeah.
Brian was never ready. He had all the balls in the world. He had strength. He had pop. But what good is your pop when you can't land it? And that's another thing I said. I said, yo, man, how you going to tell me that Devin's a weight bully, but he's going to be the smaller guy versus Brian Norman? I watched them face off up close, and I said, you know something? Devin is bigger than him. And I told y'all, once they get into the clinch, and by the way, a majority of those clinches in that fight, Brian initiated those. That's what nobody wants to talk about. And when they got into the clinch, I said, y'all gonna be surprised how strong Devin is in the clinch. Y'all thought when he get in the clinch, Brian gonna start throwing him around. That's not what happened. Devin was turning him, and he was in there with the real welterweight. And y'all still saying he's too big. Now, what happens if he goes to 54 and starts knocking the shit out of people? Crazy work, man. Y'all watch boxing, but are y'all educated about the sport?
Crazy. And I just want to add one more thing. I spoke to Bones Adams, right? He's a trainer out in Vegas, a former fighter.
I know him.
He's worked with Dev a few times, and he told us, he be joking around on certain fighters, and he talks about Kevin Newman a lot because I guess he trained Kevin Newman, and I'm gonna try to get Kevin Newman, who's also Team Haney, on the show in a couple weeks. I gotta hit him up because he's got a fight coming up. But he said that Devin is actually much better than in the gym than we've seen in the ring. He doubled down on that. He said he drops guys in the gym, and I was like, really? Because I told him, I knew two guys that sparred when they said that his power is okay, but nothing to really worry about. He said, no, that's not true. He said, I've seen him drop bigger guys in the gym. Now, maybe he doesn't transfer that into the ring on fight night, but in the gym, he's seen him stop guys. So he does have power, for the people that don't say he got power.
But fight night is different from sparring, because sparring, you kind of loose. It's kind of fight night, you got a game plan. You know what I'm saying? And you ain't just fighting. You fighting a motherfucker that's coming to knock you out. You see what I'm saying? So it's different fight night.
Yeah, but you fighting with bigger gloves in sparring. So
yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
But,
and he's stopping guys and showing power in there. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, he does have power, for the people that say he doesn't. He really does. That's
he got. I mean, you can tell he got two of his. I mean, he dropping motherfuckers. He dropped Regis. He dropped Norman. Like, it ain't like he not dropping shit. Like,
yeah. Devin Haney has very respectable power to the point where he's very accurate to have precise, deadly punching power to actually make you respect him. Not to the point where if he hits you and he knocks you out, he can actually just pound you down.
It's similar to when people said Floyd ain't got no power. I would respond by saying, ain't nobody running into that flame and mowing him down either.
Exactly.
People said that for them. I spoke to Shane Mosley the night when they were in New York for the Fatal Fury. right? I was talking to Shea Mosley for like 2 hours, and he says, "Nah, Devin's strong, man. Devin's strong." You know, I talked to him about the Floyd Mayweather fight, and I said, "Well, I know you thought you had him." He said, "I thought I had him too." But he said, you know, Floyd was when Floyd has a stiff jab to the stiff right hand to the body. Yo, man, people they say, yo, that shit hurt, man. That shit hurt, man. Floyd had enough power to keep you honest. He wasn't cracking like Shane was. But Shane said, nah, this guy, when he touched you, you felt it. And if he hit you right, he knocked you on your ass. You know, Cass was running in there and you know, saying just disrespectful, like, yo, man, you can't hurt me. I think that was a part of the issue with Brian Norman going into the fight. He didn't think that Devin could hurt him.
Yeah.
But in boxing, you know, you ain't got to get, it's with you can get the shit that hurt the most is shit you don't see.
Yeah.
You know, I've seen cats get up off the floor, go to the corner, they make it to the corner, be like, yo, what he hit me with? It's like, oh shit, you didn't even see that right hand? You ain't see that left? No.
And
you know?
That's why I still believe it was bad coaching by his dad to ever tell him he can't hurt you. He can't, bro. Anybody can get hurt in that ring, Norman. Anybody.
There was a lot of things that I learned that went on, like in the camp. You know, it was a lot of that. Not only was that fight won in the ring by Devin, but it was won outside of the ring by Bill.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to get like too deep into that, but Brian Jr. You know, that kid is wise beyond his years, and he's professional. And like we all spoke about when it was over, there was a lot of mistakes made as far as their camp is concerned. I'm not talking about strength and conditioning. I'm talking about the media wars. Because every time I turned around, Brian Sr. was on everybody's platform.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, Junior's just not like that. He just wants to get to the work. And I think Senior lost himself. He lost himself in the moment because while he was talking, Bill was quiet. That was the quietest you ever seen Bill, and it wasn't because Bill was scared or nothing. They just got to work. And there was a lot of things going on, but Brian Jr. got it together. Thankfully, there's no malice within the camp. They just had to change some things around. And Brian Jr. is the second best welterweight in the world, in my opinion. And I hope Teofimo wants that smoke. Go up to 147, and I want his first fight to be against Brian Norman because he's coming off of a loss, and so is Brian Norman coming off of a loss. And I personally, and this is my personal bias, I want to see Teofimo's front teeth knocked all down his throat to the point where he has to shit it out. I need his shit knocked out because I don't like Teofimo Lopez. Go to 147.
Yeah, that's Teofimo.
Y'all don't fool
I
him.
like that fight too, man. That Brian Norman Jr. and Teofimo. I like that too. I like to see that shit in Atlanta, as a matter of fact.
Hold on, y'all. Wait a minute. James, why are you here? Why are you here, man? What is wrong with you?
What you mean? What do you do to you? What do you do to you, man?
Dude, why is this nigga here? I don't like this dude. What the fuck are you doing, bro?
What do you do to you, gang?
James who, Drew?
James who?
That guy's a weirdo, man.
This guy's weird. Real shit. The term LDBC is trademark. Do you know that? And we've been real nice with you.
James Franklin.
Name, man.
James Franklin, dude. Tank lover. Tank lover. The tank lover.
Name, bro. What's wrong with you? Why do you keep? And this is where the gay jokes come from. Why are you around someone that doesn't want to deal with you, bro? You're a Tank fan unconditionally. That is strange to me. You need to stay away from us, bro. Go to Pro Tank channels. Go to K-Ho. Go to Fanon. Go to KQ Crackhead. KC. Go anywhere but here. This is not for you. This is not for you. You're a liar. Hey, Toledo, you know what this dude did?
No.
Matter of fact, I could show you better than I can tell you. Let me go to my videos. This dude is an amazing piece of work. Where's my video at?
He finna-
Here it is. Here it is. I'm gonna show you. I promise you, you've never seen anything like this. You've never seen anything like this. This is the most ridiculous, and I got time to bullshit around a little bit. The brother asked what he do to us. All right, watch this. Y'all see the screen?
Yeah.
This is real shit.
By your command.
Do you hate yourself? Do you hate yourself?
I'm talking about me being directly involved with Tank's team. That's what I'm talking about.
You not.
Now, Toledo, this dude was on my panel, and he told all of us, that he was directly involved with Tank Davis' team. Now, I don't know him. Could he have been telling the truth? Maybe. But keep watching the video. He said he was directly involved with Tank's team about what they're doing next and this, that, and the third. And this is what he does. He comes over here and go to various LDBC channels. He got LDBC, and that's probably his 50th troll account. We keep blocking it. James, I'm telling you, LDBC is trademark. We've been real diplomatic with you. Take that shit out your name before you get a letter. Dead serious. We've done it already. That's my first and only warning shot. I'm tired of you clowns. There's something wrong with this dude. And this is where the gay shit comes in. Why are you stalking us? That's homo. The girl you have is your beard. This dude was on BFTB's live stream and she got in their car, started cussing him out. He got off the live stream. That's real shit that happened. So this was about a couple of months ago. I let him on the panel. He's talking about what conversation he had with Tank Davis' team in Baltimore. Now listen carefully.
Directly involved, yeah. Yes. I'm telling you stuff that I've heard directly from the team, okay? You guys are haters. That's what that is. You can't handle the truth.
And magically, he pops up in my channel again on Valentine's Day. You a faggot, dude.
How do you know I'm lying? How do you know I'm lying, dude?
You didn't even know the man said he was trying to fight Pitbull.
You didn't even know that he said he wanted to fight Pitbull.
Even if he did say that, I gave you the reason why. I gave you the reason why, but it's not good enough for you.
Man,
it's not good enough for you.
He said it. You didn't even know that Tank said that. He said it. So BFTB is directly linked to Tank's team, and he called Tank's OG. Now this is the same day later that night. So he got Tank's OG on the line.
OG, do you know somebody named James Franklin?
I mean, the dudes don't call each other a lot of times old names or real names. They don't really. Where would I know him from like that? So, I mean,
He say he in Tank team.
I don't know who wants to take
Hey, hold up a second. Hey, say what's your name, bro? How you know?
Well, I never said I was a part of the team.
You did. You was a liar, bro. Never mind. OG, my bad, OG. I apologize to even put you the liar, nigga. You said that this morning.
Now let's run it back.
I'm talking about me being directly involved with Tank's team. I never said I was a part of the fucking team or inside the team. I said I was close to the team. I talked to the fucking team, in which I fucking do. So,
that's the same thing.
Who are you close to? Who are you close to? Who?
That don't matter. I don't need to.
So then you're not close to nobody. Then you're not close to nobody. Because who I'm close to just called me.
How do you know I'm lying? How do you know I'm lying, Drew? I never said I was a part of the fucking team. I'm talking about me being directly involved with Tank's team. I never said I was a part of the fucking team. I'm talking about me being directly involved with Tank's team. I never said I was a part of the fucking team. I'm talking about me being directly involved with Tank's team. How do you know I'm lying? How do you know I'm lying, Drew? I never said I was a part of the team.
Eric Jordan, that super chat. He said Miguel Monkey is back getting his cheese clapped. Hello, Monkey. Hashtag Bukaki. Yeah, speaking of which,
Bukaki.
man, this dude shows up on fucking Valentine's Day, and when I call these dudes gay, you know, why would you show up on Valentine's Day, bro? What's wrong with you?
Oh, he's back.
Look,
He's back.
He's back. You see what I mean? You see what I mean? I specifically said I don't want to be bothered with you, and this nigga made a 15th account.
I knew he was gonna make another page.
James, real shit.
Nah.
Real shit. Take LDUC out your name. That name is trademark. You fucking idiot. And I'm not dropping a link. You fucking stalker. What is wrong with you? You see what I mean?
Because he about to get up here and talk about all the wrong shit. Ain't nobody talking about Mr. 5'5". We talking about some other shit.
Listen, when I get offline, I'm about to go out with my wife and, you know, get something to eat. You know, I mean, dude, you got a girl. I know she kick your ass. But go take her to dinner, man. Go do something. Why are you here? I don't want to be bothered with you, bro. Listen, I don't want to be bothered with you. Why are you here? Why do you want to talk to me? And that's what I'm saying. These dudes got like separation issues, daddy issues. I don't know what's going on I know what's going on in Baltimore. But leave me out of it, man. James, listen carefully, bro. Real shit. Leave me alone, bro. We are not friends. All right, we will never be friends. I can't even talk boxing with you because you don't know boxing. I don't like Tank Davis. You'll never make me like him. And that's it. Why are you here? You know what? Rhetorical question. Get the fuck out my chat, you dummy. Go away. This nigga dead ass got 30 different goddamn channels. You're a stalker, dude. You're not a member of the LDBC. Nobody likes you, and you're a liar, bro. The video I just played proved you're a liar. Nobody misunderstood. You got on here to defend Tank. You said you spoke to the team. I didn't even call. I said, man, no. If I'm gonna make an educated guess, I'd say you're lying. I can't confirm it, but that's okay. When I ended my live, I called BFTB on the phone. I said, yo, ask Tank's OG, and that's the funny part. All these channels that big up Tank and talk him up when he's doing wrong, none of them speak to his team. BFTB has ripped Tank apart, but it's all been justifiable, and BFTB has a direct line to the team. They know what kind of lives he's doing. They know what he's saying, because you know what? They're not calling him a liar. And he called Tank's OG, who I met in New York, and said, do you know a guy named James Franklin? He says, well, you know, not everybody uses their like real name out here. So then he said, all right, he put him on the line. He said, how do you know him? And then he says, I never said I knew the team. That's not what you said to me that morning, man.
Mm-hmm.
You're a liar. And matter of fact, Rich, you was on the panel.
I was on the panel. Yep, I remember.
Yeah.
I remember.
So what makes you think I want to deal with a grown-ass man that lies to that degree?
That's crazy. It's like if I came up earlier and I was like, I'm team, you know, Keith Cologne, right? And you know what I'm saying? But I'm not part of the team. I don't make no decisions. But if somebody go over to Keith and Keith's father and they say, yo, you know Thomas, they're gonna tell you, oh yeah, Thomas.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
It's easy word to say that. You know what I'm
These dudes, but these dudes are go so hard for Tank and can't even get a fucking Kenny Ellis interview, a coach, a Calvin interview, like nothing.
Watch this. Salute, Nitty. I see you, brother, in the chat. Watch this. BF tried to get K-Ho an interview. Tank's team was like, no.
Yep, I remember that.
Y'all know that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember that.
I've been knew that before everybody fell out. I've been knew that. And I said, I told BF, I said, yo, you need to get either KO got to come to the rise or get somebody over to KO because he's riding a dime for these guys and they're dying. And BF said, yo,
and they're dying. And they're dying.
and BF said they were like, no. Dogs, I was sitting on that information for at least over a year. At least over a year. They were saying no. I said, what? He said, yo, they said no. I said, man, they talked to you. He said, yo, they said no. They ain't been on K-Ho. They ain't been on Fanon. They ain't been on Southpaw, that crazy ass motherfucker. They ain't been nowhere else. And BF get on here and he drags Tank, but he's not lying about him. And his OG could call him on the phone. Like, I met the brother. In New York. I met him. It was very brief. But I'm not running around saying, oh, I'm Team Tank. Watch this. Deontay was just on my panel last week. Do y'all know that?
Mm-hmm.
Deontay was just on my panel.
I done seen Bill come through here. Everybody you say you rock with, they fuck with your channel.
Yeah. Do y'all know Oshaki Foster's a wrench? He's a moderator in my chat. Do y'all know that?
Word. Check
I
that out.
fucks with a lot of people, but I'm not on here grandstanding like I know their business.
Yeah, exactly. That's crazy.
Yeah,
Like,
you don't remember, but I don't even mean to get this dude no shine because I hate his channel. But y'all remember KO was talking about he be talking to Tank Uncle and all that, and that came not to be true.
Watch this. Tank's uncle was on my panel like a year and a half ago. Y'all remember that? He came to my chat and I'm like, well, who are you? He said, I'm Tank's uncle. And I dropped him a link and we spoke. I have his phone number. I haven't spoken to him in a while, but it wasn't no beef. He was just trying to figure shit out and he's sticking up for his nephew. So we spoke and it wasn't no F you, this and that, and the third. I explained to him my position. And I said, yo, your nephew could be doing better. That's all it was. It's in the name of boxing. Mm-hmm. Don't tell me he's this and that and this and that, because all I'm going to say is, hey, man, show me. I always put up this picture. There's only one person he fought on this picture, and he fought him to a draw.
Mm-hmm.
He won't even run that back. So what am I supposed to do? He got all this food on the table. He didn't fight Mikey Garcia when he was active. He didn't fight Loma back in 2018, 2019. Jorge Linares was there. Even when Kambosos came through, 135 was on Tank Davis' watch. Kambosos came through and became unified and was damn near running around saying he was undisputed.
Yep.
Devin had to clean all of that
picture
up.
Gross. When you put that picture up, that shit there puts everything.
I mean, look at it, Trees. That's 2 generations, Trees.
I'm literally it's crazy because I'm literally looking at the span because I'm like, damn, I've been watching this shit for a long ass time.
Damn near 3 generations.
This motherfucker got the Gary Russell up there. The fact that you got Gary Russell and Abdullah in this, that shit is wicked as fuck.
Bro, I left off Sandor Martin. I left that off.
Mm-hmm.
You could swap Mikey Garcia out with Sandor Martin. He still ain't fighting him.
Word.
That's crazy. Now watch this. I always say, stop me when I'm lying. Look at the picture. Don't talk to me about 140. He could have fought Josh Taylor, man. It meant more. But he goes fight Barrios, knocks him into a fucking somersault, and then says 140 too big. You just knocked this dude into a somersault. It's not too big. Regis Prograis was very disrespectful. You mean to tell me Devin had to go up there and take a belt? You couldn't have did that? Come on, bro. Please stop talking to me about Tank. Holler at me when he does something for me to talk good about him about. That's all I ever said.
Yep. And he has the power to make the fights.
Any one of them fights. Any fight.
Whatever fight he wants, he can actually get.
And this nigga said when he come back, he finna fight fucking Pit Bull. Bro, I'm done, dog.
Like we asked for that.
I'm fucking done.
Remember that? Those slogans they fling around, get it back in blood? Cool. You're supposed to get that back with Lamont Roach, bro.
Yep.
You're supposed to do that.
I will say though, I do gotta say though one thing.
Pitbull. I said you beat him with one hand already.
I gotta say one thing though, with guys with the Lamont Roach, I feel like Tank is low key motherfuckers allowing him to get over with that because motherfuckers was pissed off when he made that fight. And for the record, I didn't mind Lamont Roach because I thought he was a good fighter. For me, his only loss was to Jamel Herring, who he almost stopped. You feel me? But guys was, oh no, we don't need to see Lamont Roach and all this shit. No, that's a bullshit fight. Now I got motherfuckers literally ready to throw their whole wallet at the TV for that fucking fight that you didn't want to see in the first place.
Explain that. I agree with you. But let me explain why I was upset with it. Me personally, I can speak for me. I was upset with it because number one, he was bringing up a guy from 130. So the fans are real quick to call Devin Haney a weight bully, but this guy seems to like fighting guys at a weight advantage. That's the real weight bully. That's number one. Number two, I didn't care for that when all that food was on the table. A Tank fan couldn't tell me what a Lamont Roach was. When you had Devin Haney running around here, and you saw the picture, all these people running around, you bringing up someone from 130. And then we were told by the fans to shut up. He's breaking bread with his DMV brother. So now we're going there. And I said, man, look, okay, whatever. And I picked him to beat Lamont Roach in 5 rounds. And then I noticed during the stare down, in the ring, I said, yo, Lamont bigger than him. I said, so was Barrios. And Lamont been saying, this guy's not what you think. You could beat the respect into him. And Lamont knew him. The same shit Elijah Pierce came up here and tells us. He's not what you think with this
That's
guy.
my fighter. I actually love Elijah. That's my dog. We fuck with Elijah Pierce.
Coach. I mean, Drew, quite a few fighters just said that about him. If you really step on that nigga, he gonna fold.
He gonna fold. And I'll be damned. I found out by round 3. I said, yo, he's fighting Tank in the pocket? And I'm like, where the power at? Never mind the fact that Vada was involved in that goddamn fight, but we ain't gonna go there. Where the power go? And then he's rocking Tank and Tank taking knees. I said, what am I watching? I said, oh, you know what I'm watching? He's fighting a fighter with no rehydration clause. That's what that was. He knew him. He wasn't afraid of him. And there's no rehydration clause. And all of a sudden, Tank told me I got grease in my eye, which was a lie.
Bullshit.
And all we said was, run it back. Get it back in blood. Get it. Remember that? Get it back in blood. That's all I said. I said,
okay. Clear it up. Just clean that up. Just clear that up for us.
And then what did he do? He tried to get a fight with Jake Paul for $40 million. And then his fans said, shut up. Leave him alone. Let him get his money. You a black man, right, Drew? I said, yeah, but so was Lamont Roach. What happened to he's breaking bread with his DMV brother? Now there's more intrigue with the rematch. So what happened? Y'all said leave him alone. I did. And instead of fighting Jake Paul, he goes to a strip club and beats on a bottle girl. You cannot make this shit up.
After the fact, those same fans said that he wasn't going to fight Jake Paul.
Exactly.
And then he ended up turning that he was.
K-Ho made a whole bunch of live. He's not fighting Jake Paul. Blah, 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 blah. Then once the fight was announced, this finna be the biggest fight in boxing. This is going to be the... Yeah, I'm this dude here, man.
See that, Rich? I can't take Tank Davis supporters seriously.
Right.
And I need Tank to finally retire so they can take all of their goddamn fans with them. I need to get out the way, because while I'm talking boxing, they're talking about him. And if you can't talk about him and get views, then your fucking show is shit. Nobody watches you. And K-Ho's one of those niggas that I said that when he was wrenched up in my chat. I simply told him, I said, look, bro, not as many people fucks with you unless you talking about Tank. He got mad, talk about drop a link. Fuck you. I ain't dropping no goddamn link. I'm not even on here arguing. I don't argue with my wife. Why would I argue with a grown-ass yellow nigga, some short yellow nigga looking like an Arab? You know what I'm saying? On here talking about, you want to go back and forth with me? Look, I know what I see, bro. You can't mystify this whole process. I know what I'm looking at. And what I'm asking for is not unreasonable. Drop the link for what? And what happens? I'm watching the brother Claymore Rain one day, and he says, man, I got to salute knockout. So my antennas went up. I said, well, what did he say? And on his live, he says, yeah, the other day, he saw my Tank, and somebody, and KO's response was, oh, well, you know, I'm talking about what's hot. Y'all don't fuck me if I'm talking about anything else. I'm going to talk about what's hot. Wow. But got mad at me when he was in my chat, and I said, nigga, don't nobody fuck with you unless you talking about Tank. Got mad at me, and later that week, he said that on his live. And I didn't know that because I don't watch the nigga. but Claymore watched it, and then he said it on his live. I said, oh, shit. Crazy work. So that is symbolic of what Tank does and what his fans are. They're a bunch of double-tongued, double-minded coons, capital C, who don't give a shit about nothing but Mellow Yellow.
And that's where
it makes sense. And that's why I don't take them serious.
But that's where that's where a lot of that Devin Shakur hate come from. He weaponized his fans against them, and then the masses start running with that. Whatever he say, oh, they ain't got power, they ain't this, they ain't that. Half of the motherfuckers don't even watch boxing. They just pay attention to him, and they say that. They be like, oh, Devin ain't got power. What Devin fight you saw? You see what I'm saying?
At everybody, watch this. I don't give a fuck who you're a fan of. Matter of fact, let me put this up there as I say this. Mikey Garcia, Ray Mutala, Keyshawn, George Kambosos, Teofimo. If they're retired on here, guess what? You ready for this? Devin Haney is who you wish your favorite fighter could be. Prove me wrong.
And that's well said. And I have no problem with that at all. I think that's perfectly.
That's fact. That's fact. That nigga run. Man, that young nigga run to the smoke, man. He ain't talking about no weight clauses, no this and that. He don't give a fuck what order he fight on the card. Nigga, let's fight. He ain't talking about niggas is too big. He ain't doing none of that. He run to the smoke. I respect Devin.
Devin a weight bully. He's trying to go to 54 now. 35, he was a weight bully. Fine. He goes to 40. He's still a weight bully. Fine. Goes to 47, fights the Boogeyman. Y'all do understand the way that fight was promoted. He was supposed to die that night versus Brian.
That was his career ender.
Die that night. And it wasn't even that. They said he was nervous and Brian gonna hit him and he gonna get sued, and we're in there and did his thing. And now he talking about going to fight a champion at 54. You notice they're not talking about weight bullies no more, right? What more do you want? And you see, here's the thing. This is proof. Devin could do no right, and I'm cool with that. But Devin Haney is who you wish your favorite fighter could be. Tank ain't doing that. Watch this. Devin went to Australia to win Undisputed and then went back. Matter of fact, the first fight he went, he didn't have half his camp with him. They wouldn't let him in the country. And then they stopped his cut man at customs in the airport. Y'all know about that? He had no cut man in the corner. Okay? So he went to Australia to win Undisputed and then went back to defend it. Shakur's not doing that. Shakur won't even humble himself and take the percentage that was in writing to become undisputed at 35 in one fight, first time on pay-per-view on your highest payday. Told him, no, I'm worth more than 25%. Turn around and fought Edwin De Los Santos for way less money in the absolute stinker where ESPN and the fans disrespected you. Where you could have fought Devin Haney, a drained Devin Haney. That's what you said. And you could probably had beaten him at 35. You didn't do it. And now you said, run it. Last I checked the other week, the winner of the Teofimo Lopez and Shakur fight was supposed to call out Devin. This motherfucker brings up Conor Ben. Keyshawn Davis calls out Devin at the end of his fight. As soon as he got home, he started talking about Crocker. These niggas don't want to fight Devin, bruh.
And did you see the latest? You see the latest with Keyshawn?
What'd he say?
He just made a thing calling out Devin Haney again, like yesterday.
I'm not listening to him, bro.
Unbelievable.
Listening to him, yeah. He clearly bullshitting.
He faking.
That motherfucker Shakur, and I feel like Shakur using him as a human shield. You feel me? To go up there at 147, nigga. Why the fuck you sending Keyshawn up? Get your ass up there, Shakur. You talking about Conor Ben and you talking about it? No, nigga. Get up there and fight. And then what pisses me off the most, the nigga got that WBO belt. That's one of the few belts where niggas can ask you, oh, I'm the champion at the weight class below, but you're the champion above. I can challenge you because I got the belt, literally. Nigga, why ain't you enforcing that shit? But you hollering about Conor Benz and all this other shit. That's that bullshit. I don't like that.
That's one of the things that's pissing me off about Shakur, too, because it's like, clarify what you're doing. If you're going to stay at 35, say that. Quit calling out 47s and 54 pounders. Stay at 35, my nigga.
Now you see,
because when you open up that door, motherfucker gonna ask for you to go fight Devin and the best up there at 40 something if you gonna call out 40 something pounders. You see what I'm saying? So he need to quit that.
now you see, on one hand, now I agree 100%. On one hand, Mauricio Simian's an asshole for stripping him at 35, but at the same time, fuck Shakur, bro. Fuck Shakur. Real shit. I believe that he never said he was going to vacate 35. I believe that. But at the same time, I don't care.
Facts.
I don't care. He's a victim, but he's not. He's a victim, but he's not. Good for him. Because all these guys say everything but fight. Devin's there. There's a whole list and everybody's on it. Xander just got on it. And the only person that answered the call was the guy that was supposed to beat Devin to death, Brian Norman. And I think the world saw that and said, oh shit, maybe we should have kept him at 35 nice and drained, because y'all know, but fighters drain themselves to make weight. And then when they come into their natural weight, fight closer to their walk around weight, they're actually very healthy.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
About to say that's damn near every boxer but a heavyweight.
Man, these guys, they have no idea what they're doing. But I know what I'm looking at.
People be calling people weight bullies, and I be even Tank fans. Oh, he a weight bully. Fool, you think Tank walk around weighing 135 pounds all the time? That nigga blowing up to 150, 160 probably.
Man, Tank Davis has a pot belly when he's out. Right now, he probably has a pot belly.
Right, I tell motherfuckers all the time, that dude don't walk around in no 135, fool. That dude blow up. He cut that weight for that fight.
That's real talk. Matter of fact, let me see if I can find my
He a natural 135. No, he not. That nigga walk around 150, 160. Leonard Ellaby even said in the interview, he can get all the way up to 160.
He said that. He beat up people at 175 and
swear to God.
And sparring. And I'm like, man, these guys say all of that like we not listening, bro.
And then I feel like Shakur be low-key getting pat. Like niggas, I know I'm like the only person on the planet who I didn't like the fact that Shakur was fighting Teofimo. I didn't like that fight. I was on any boxing channel who was willing to give me some fucking time. I didn't like that shit. I don't. Cause shout out to my nigga Johnny in the hangout spot. Shout out to Claymore Rain. I was on his channel, hooping and hollering with the same shit. Why is this nigga going up to 140 fighting Teofimo with a? Shout out to him. He's a great fighter, shit like, but he got an L. Nigga, you in a division where every champion down there is undefeated. I would have loved for Shakur to fight Raymond Mortaya. I would have loved that shit. Unification fight with another undefeated fighter who happens to be of Mexican descent. You feel me? That's green print shit. That's unification shit. And then you can take him to Texas. Every time I look up, you talking Houston, Texas and shit. Fight him in Texas.
I get what you're saying, Trees, but that's kind of like what we asking Zayas to do. Like, instead of you going for that unification real quick, get this bigger notoriety fight with Devin, and then all that shit become even bigger.
But I'm one of them guys. But I'm one of them guys. I'm not mad at Xander for doing the Josh. Do the Josh. I don't see. I'm not gonna be mad at Xander if he picks Josh Kelly over Devin. He don't need to. He don't have on some nigga shit. He don't have to. If I was the nigga manager, or if I'm in that nigga camp on Jesus Christ, we don't gotta fuck with that nigga if we don't want to. We can go get through. Name another Puerto Rican fighter who's had 3 belts.
Tree. What's this? What is this shit?
Down at Fraggle Rock.
Hey, that's crazy.
Man, on the court with his stomach hanging over his goddamn.
Yeah, that was he wasn't 135 in that picture.
That nigga fat as fuck. Enoch in that super chat. He said, shout out to Robinson Lamana, St. Val's Day. Oh, yeah. St. Valentine's Day Massacre. Word. Salute, man. You saw him running around on that damn court with his pot belly out, man. Come on, bro.
Hey, real quick. So I would I was listening to what's it? Trice?
Trees.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Trees. And I heard everything you said, and I agree with you, but I don't know if you know Xander's comments, like that comes into play. That doesn't, like, I'm okay with that. And I said this before. I'm okay with him maybe going for the unification or whatever, but when you go ahead and start clowning the guy, whatever, after the guy calls you out,
you gotta fight.
I think then you gotta go and you gotta make the fight. That's the problem I have with Xander.
Come on, Tracy,
I heard he called him a crybaby and shit. I mean, hey, you can say what you want to, but nigga, I got to. It's like, that's the thing with me. You don't gotta do that. And that was another thing. Devin Haney I love Devin. That's I won't say he's my favorite. He's one of my favorite fighters. But, and I'm gonna say this again, I was the only person on the planet who was screaming for Devin not to fight Ryan Garcia. You do not need to fight that guy, bro. He's a bullshit artist. He over there playing games and he disrespecting the fuck out you, gang. Do not fight that man. I was screaming it on the boxing voice. I was screaming it on Johnny 10. I was screaming it on Claymore. You do not have to fight him, bro. You shouldn't fight him. You should. I was screaming for the nigga to fight Adrian Broner before he had fought Blair Cobbs. Nigga, go fight Adrian Broner. Go fight Manny Pacquiao. Go fight one of them guys. You do not have to fuck with Ryan Garcia, bro. It's bullshit. Bullshit boxing. Yeah. And then I got called crazy, and then the nigga got cheated, and all of a sudden I think his reputation has taken a bit of a ding. I'm not mad at Xander for saying the shit that he's saying. I mean, nigga, you can say he can say that because he got hit, he sued and shit. I mean, he didn't lie. The nigga sued. He was bitching and moaning about a fight that you didn't need to take when the nigga missed weight. You could have been like, fuck you, we don't got to do it. You was bitching and moaning a fight that I told you not to take. I'm not mad at Xander for pointing out that kind of shit. Yeah. Xander don't have to fight that nigga, gang.
No, but I understand what you're saying. But if you're gonna talk shit, like I'm okay with the shit talking. That's fine with me. Listen, I'm a Xander supporter. I'm saying, I've seen you on the Hangout spot. Johnny's my guy. He's actually from Brooklyn. Johnny's my guy. But what I'm trying to tell you is that when you make those comments, then to me, in my opinion, you got to make the fight for that. You know what I'm saying? Because Xander, and I said this earlier, Xander going for unification is a great thing, but he didn't say that from the get-go. When Bakram was the champ, he was not calling out Bakram, and he was definitely not calling out Josh Kelly. So when he does that, and he's joking and making the jokes at Devin Haney after Devin Haney calls him out, and now he wants to go to Josh Kelly route instead. I think he's wrong for that. I think the bigger fight is Devin Haney at his time. 23 years old, the opportunity of a lifetime to headline a main event in Madison Square Garden in the big room. Come on.
But that's my point. Now let me ask you this. Hold on. Now let me ask you this. Now, who would you say needs to fight more right now?
Xander.
I don't agree. Nick, you just told me he's 23. He got his whole boxing career ahead of him. Devin is the one who older, who look. My nigga literally scrambling for. Hold on. I'm just saying my nigga I won't say that he's scrambling, but my nigga borderline scrambling for opponents. Every champion is tied up. They literally saying, I don't have to fuck with you.
Exactly. That's what's gonna make it even better. That's what's gonna make it an even bigger win. And then if let's say he do beat Devin, which I don't think he will. Let's say he do beat Devin. Now he go over there to unify the rest of them. He's so much bigger.
At this point, all of these people on Devin's list, even the names that he's added.
But my thing is, if Xander decided to treat Devin like how Ryan treated the nigga, I'm gonna go fight Rolly and then I'll come back to you'll be there. To me, Devin's still gonna be there. I can go unify with Josh Kelly, nigga. He'll still be there. How about I go get this belt, then I come back to you.
Watch
I
this.
feel like you can do that.
Then it ain't even guaranteed you're gonna win the belt, and now your stock dropped, and now you can't get a big fight.
He gonna beat that motherfucker.
I mean, ain't no guarantee. We thought Bakram was Trees.
I didn't. I picked Josh Kelly in that fight. I thought Josh Kelly was gonna outbox Bakram. Bakram had been off for a year and some change, and the only motherfucker he really beat was Tim Tszyu, who I wasn't never high on.
That's
I picked Josh Kelly to beat that nigga.
All those people on that list that are not answering the call, even the guys that have just got ended, like Xander Zayas, the more they erect obstacles or put up bullshit reasons to not fight Devin, the boxing world high key sees the truth. If Devin is not, because they already, you notice that no one's talking about pillow fist anymore. No one's talking about getting sued or PTSD. They're not talking. That's not even an argument anymore. Devin is still actively pursuing these guys. There's money involved in fighting him. There's a reputation involved, and now there's a belt. So there's no excuse for anybody to duck Devin, other than people not holding the people on the list accountable. Rolly Romero is the biggest pussy in the world.
No, that's
he's
the
biggest pussy in the world. Now, I'm not going to lean towards that with Xander, but what Thomas was saying was, if you have other, if you're going another direction to get titles, then say that. Don't start mouthing off back and forth. All he had to do was say, Devin, you think I'm food? All right, you know what? Let me go. Listen to this. Clean up my side of the street. Let me go clean this up. So when you come to 54, I'll be well equipped and we can make it worth something.
Yep.
Or he could say, screw the belts because the belts collect dust and I want to get this bag. Plus, I think I could beat Devin. So it's a win-win, whatever he wants to do. But don't clown. Don't throw rocks and then hide your hand.
Yes.
Say what it is, because all he did was clown, and Devin said, okay, you said that. Yeah, I'm going to sue you and all that. Said you said that. That's the same thing Rolly said. Xander's not Rolly. I think he's better than Rolly. But you said all that. Are you going to fight? Yes or no? Are you going to pursue belts? If you're going to pursue the belts, get the belts. Say that. But if you're going to talk shit, then fight. That's all.
But he don't have, but my thing is, because I don't gotta say shit. You called me. I was minding my business and you called me fool. I was on the road to greatness, nigga. You hated on me.
Yeah, what's
I was minding my motherfucker. I won 2 belts and you started
a call out is not hating, bro. Yeah, we gotta stop that.
I'm not calling that hating, but nigga, I'm saying though, I won 2 belts, nigga. And who the fuck is you calling me, nigga? I'm doing what the fuck I'm doing.
He's Devin Haney.
I'm minding my business.
Right, but he's Devin Haney. You said who is he to call him out? He's Devin Haney.
I'm not talking about calling him out, but he didn't really call him out. He said he's fool. All I'm saying is because you don't gotta say nothing. I'm minding my business, doing what I'm supposed to be doing.
Hold on.
But Treese, how we get the big fights? How you get fights?
He's in a higher division. And there is carte blanche. There's a lot of reputation. If you could beat Devin, there's money, there's reputation, notoriety. People are going to want to interview you. The Boricuas are going to love you more.
But he already getting that because he was just in this. That's my thing. I'm minding. Shit is good over here, gang. I'm minding my business. I never said your name. You mentioned me.
Right. I get that.
I'm chilling. That's my I'm just saying, let the nigga chill in peace. Like I'm not saying let him chill in peace. I'm saying if you want to fight him, fight him. But I'm talking about
this is boxing. There is no peace. Devin is doing everything that I want to fight her to do.
Right.
Everything I want to.
No, you gotta have peace because it's a martial art. Tranquility comes into it.
No,
clear mind.
No, Treese, you don't let what he said go over your head, Treese. What he said, this boxing.
Right, this is boxing.
It's boxing. I'm saying.
All right, check it out. Devin's going to 54. You don't know who the other potential opponent is. I do.
At 54?
Yeah, there's another potential opponent. There is. I'm not going to say
that's not Zen. I mean, I know he's not about to fight Brandon Adams in California.
No.
I'm thinking EJ.
EJ. Errol Spence or Keith Thurman. If Keith Thurman win, I'd expect him to fight Keith Thurman. But I mean, come on, that's an easy word.
Brandon Adams, that's a good fight.
Brandon Adams is a great fighter. I love Brandon. But I'm saying,
let's not lose sight of what I'm saying here. Devin didn't do anything wrong. If he's going to go to 54 because he can't get a fight at 47, he's calling out the best. Xander's one of the best. Fundora and Thurman is tied up, right? And Xander's the next best thing. He said, well, what do you think about Xander? He said, I think he's food. So then Xander responded. And he's supposed to respond. He's a grown-ass man. This is the fight game. This is what they do. Okay, so now, do we have a fight, though? I said you fooled, you disagreed, and then he said you're going to get to suing and this, that, and the third. Same thing Rolly said. So how do we solve this? Fight.
Yeah.
That's it.
And it goes against what Xander's been doing. I don't know if people know this. After Xander beat Chino Paez, right, and won the title, They said, Top Rank does what they do, right? They were going to give him a homecoming fight in Puerto Rico, which is what we saw. But I don't know if people know the opponent they were really trying to get, Xander. I don't know if you guys know this. They were trying to put Xander in there with Santillan. They were going to bring Santillan up from 147 to 54 to fight him in a cupcake tune-up or whatever you want to. It was a layup. And Xander said no, he did not want that.
Yeah, Santillan, the dude they bench. I mean, the dude that Norman knocked out, they been trying to set him up like that because they was gonna have him move up to fight Tio at 147. He had beat Norman for his title. I don't know what it is with him, but they've been pushing him.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, they were
he
trying
beat
to
one of their
give
undisputed
Xander
fighters that they had. That
Xander
Avila
an easy title defense, and Xander said no.
Word. I know Santillan fucked up one of the top ranked prospects that they had. It was a guy Julio Avila or Juan Avila.
Simian is the one that Norman fought. So
right, that's the one. Yeah, they've been pushing him. That
was his last fight, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if he fought after that.
No, he fought after that. He had 54 now. He had 54 now.
Yeah,
he had a fight at
what
54.
I'm trying to say is that they were trying to give Xander Santillan, and what I'm trying to tell you is that was an easy fight for Xander, like definitely, right? And Xander said no. That's what I'm trying to say. So it goes against what Xander's been trying to do. He wanted to fight the top guys, and he never called out Bakram and never said anything about Kelly. And then all of a sudden, so I don't like that. Like I wish he would have just said, you know what, like Drew said, listen, I'm trying to unify this and that, but he went to the clowning, and that just makes him look bad in my opinion. That's all it is. And I'm a neutral guy, bro. Like you don't see the Puerto Rico logo today because I'm rocking the Seals. I was trying to troll Delano, but Delano didn't pay attention. But you know what I'm saying? Like I'm a Xander fan. I met Xander a few times. I've been to his fights, and I'm picked Xander to beat Devin Haney. But you got to, like everybody says, show me. Let's see it. I want to see the fight. And I'm greedy. I'm selfish. It would be in New York. I'll be in the building, bro. So
we're gonna be there.
For. What's up?
We're gonna be there if it's in New York.
Absolutely.
I would definitely like to see it too. I'll pull up for
I mean, listen, that fight has to be on the East Coast. That's a no-brainer. Like that Puerto Rican crowd going against Devin, man, hell yeah. I would love to see that. Devin go out there and shut them motherfuckers up.
If the fight's in New York, it's basically at home for Xander, to be honest. It's basically at home. Y'all might not know.
And he talking about, and Bill was on, shout out to the Boxing Voice, he was on the shit yesterday. He talking about they doing it for the Puerto Rican Day Parade and shit like that. And
I said that.
I'm with that. I like that type of shit.
I love that.
You know I'm with that.
Love it.
You know I'm with that. That's what's up.
Yeah, I love that.
I love that too.
Xander, and this is a breakout fight. Is it a winnable fight for Xander? Yeah, of course. All fights are winnable, man.
Yeah.
And Xander would be a hero if he can do that.
And if it's in New York during the Puerto Rican Day Parade and I'm in there, Drew's in there, and Devin Haney wins, I'm getting Drew jumped. That's it. That's
Oh shit.
Yeah, man. But it's boxing, man. And all Xander got to say yes. Now with the information that Thomas just revealed, you got to look at it kind of sideways. How do you not take Centennial? How do you not do that? It sounds like they're trying to hone a market for Xander. They know he's the truth, but they kind of like moving him carefully. They don't do that with Devin. Devin looked for smoke for everybody. Once he put out that list, bro, I was like, man, there's at least four people on that list. And I said, somebody gonna jump. And I didn't pick Brian Norman, to be honest with you. I knew he was about that life, but I said he's the least marketable on that list. I said, some people got to jump. And it turns out I was wrong. Brian's the only real one on that list. Everybody else had an excuse.
And I was shocked. I was shocked with Brian because the way Top Rank is, Top Rank don't play that shit. If you ain't under their company and playing by their rules, you're not getting a champ.
Real shit. And that kind of bothers me. So I would love Xander to say yes. But is he gonna do it? I don't know, man. I don't know. I have no idea. I'd like him to.
That's why I'm very upset with this because Xander has nothing to lose to either. If he loses, he'll lose to a guy moving up, but there'll still be a market for him.
There's going to be a market
unless he gets annihilated. Now, I mean, which is possible. If he gets annihilated, then maybe. But they won't treat him like they treat Berlanga. I tell you that much. You know what I'm saying? So I mean.
Well, that's because he's not from the island though. As Xander actually
from the island.
Yeah, that's true.
Xander from the actual island, right?
Yeah, Xander from the island, so that's why they're gonna treat him a little bit different.
Berlanga.
I mean, they got that. I mean, that's just like how they do the Benavidez brothers in Mexico. Like, if you not from there, they not really just claiming you as theirs. You know what I'm saying? You can speak it, rap it, but you got to be from there.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Y'all notice who was the first Puerto Rican heavyweight champion?
Ruiz, right?
Yup.
Yeah.
Was it Ruiz?
Yeah, it was John Ruiz, and he has legitimate wins over Evander Holyfield. Legitimate, no bullshit.
Yep.
There was some about his style that Evander couldn't conquer.
Even though he got lucky in the
Solid
first round
matchups.
because the refs counted him out. But
I like John Ruiz. John Ruiz a friend to the show. I like John Ruiz.
I didn't like him, and I never understood that. You let two middleweights beat you, but
Hold on, wait, hold on.
shit crazy.
Let me clarify. I like John Ruiz because of his heart, but I did tell him when he was on here, he was a bit of an eyesore to watch. I did say that.
Hell yeah, that shit was trash. Then he let two middleweights beat him. Legit.
Styles make fights, man. So as
Roy.
we say, he did.
Roy did.
But respect to
And James Tony, but they took James Tony went away.
That's my favorite. That's
my favorite fighter ever. James Tony, that's my GOAT. That's the GOAT. That's my favorite ever. I don't even tolerate James Tony slam.
My God.
So what I was saying was, I don't recall the Puerto Ricans rallying behind John Ruiz, and that was the time where they should have rallied behind him because he did some when he beat Evander and he started getting these big fights. They were supposed to rally behind him. They just didn't do it. And I always found that strange.
Yeah, they didn't push
I always found that strange, man.
Yeah, they didn't push him.
Johnny, I really did. Johnny will fight you, man. I did. He ain't duck no smoke. He might have been an eyesore to watch, but my God, I thought that was one of the crimes. I thought that the Puerto Rican fan base should have rallied behind John Ruiz because they had one. It was an eyesore to watch, but he ain't duck no smoke.
Yeah, he didn't do no duck. He just was slow as hell, bro.
I just think that Ruiz got lucky because in that first fight, and I believe it's the first fight, and Evander won. Evander should have had a stoppage. He hit him in a good shot, and they called a low blow, and Ruiz was hurt. He would have got counted out. But that's just my.
You sound like them Dubois fans, man. He learned that shit on Usyk.
Nah, if you watch the fight, bro, that punch was on the button, and Ruiz was hurt, bro. Yo, watch the first. It was the first fight. Evander hit him to the body, and he dropped him. And the ref called low blow. I thought it was a legit shot, but
man, Ruiz was just not good, bro. I don't give a damn with nobody. He caught Evander at the right time.
He was an eyesore. I ain't even gonna hold you on that. He was an eyesore. My thing is, with that being said, I'm not disagreeing with my brother Rich. He ain't duck no smoking. He got in there. And he always tried to fight his fight. It didn't work out all the time. But my point was, I believe, I was wondering why the Puerto Rican fan base didn't support him as hard as they did everybody else. That was my only question. I'm like, I don't get it. I never got it. And it's not my place when he was on my show. It wasn't my place to ask him. And plus, I didn't want to, maybe he saw about that. I don't know. But I just found the same way why they didn't rally behind Kermit Cintron. He's Puerto Rican, but I think he's born in the States, though. Yeah. I think. Yeah. He speaks Spanish and all that.
Yep.
But when we almost had Miguel Cotto versus Cintron until fucking Margarito came and messed it up. It had been a crowd, man. Like they love Xander, they love Miguel, they love Tito. And then they got Berlanga, but he's from the Bronx by way of Brooklyn.
Yeah.
So they don't.
I got a rumor about Berlanga's next opponent.
What's that?
I can't say. It's a verbal agreement. It's somebody me and you know.
Oh, yeah. Is it winnable?
I think he can win. I think he can win. I think he could beat Berlanga, but it's not. It's
bad
loss. Huh?
He got one more bad loss. One more bad loss. He has to go hang out with Chris Colbert.
Yep. Yeah, so it's a winnable fight for our guy. I'll tell you afterward, but it's
Remember how hyped he was, Drew?
Somebody we know.
Oh yeah.
Man, they had Chris Colbert hyped.
That kid was a dick, though. I did not like him.
I didn't either. Remember, PBC was gonna push for him and Tank.
Yeah, they were, and Tank would have whooped his ass.
Yeah, I think Tank would have got him out. PBC was gonna push for that. Had he had beat Jose.
Yep. And let's not forget, speaking of Tank, Tank stepped to him and said, let's get this going. And Jose was like, yeah, let's get it. They said, come to 135. He said, we just want to belt at 140. We ain't going down there to fight you. Come up to 140. And Tank didn't want the smoke. Yeah. That happened. Oh, shit. Young Abel in the building. Salute.
Hey, what's happening, y'all brothers? How y'all doing today? I gotta say a message to Thomas from the Bronx. You're welcome for Sam Darnold. You're welcome for
Appreciate
Sam
it.
Darnold.
Thank you very much, man. I this is boxing, so I don't bring the football talk here, but I saw Delano, and he still got that Patriots Brady thing up, so I wanted to get at him. And he was talking greasy.
Who got a
He was
football
talking greasy last
guys
week
to get
too.
on? Y'all got a football channel or something? I be wanting to talk my shit. Go Packers, you feel me? I be wanting to talk my shit, man. But you know.
Hey, listen, bro. Listen, man. I'm a Vikings fan, but the GM that we just fired made a big mistake letting Sam Darnold go and letting JJ McCarthy play. And he was injured riddled. He was inconsistent the whole season, bro. And we had a team that could have competed for a championship. Now we
Hey, don't let Treese trick y'all. Treese a Browns fan.
No, don't do that. I'm a Shador fan for sure, but no, this is Packers over here. Go Pack, go, baby. Big cheese. Don't do that.
Well, at least the Packers got a quarterback in Jordan Love, which hopefully JJ can be better next season. But you know, it is what it is. But let me, hey Drew, I was actually watching some all the Vander Holyfield fights this week, and I was able to watch the first two John Ruiz fights, bro. That guy, man, that John Ruiz is beyond dirty, bro. The dirtiest fight I have ever seen.
He was.
Bro, the dude was grabbing Evander behind the head, hitting him low, hitting him on the side of the head, even in the clinch, bro. Like, people accuse Evander Holyfield of being dirty because he uses his head a lot of the time, which he does. But John Ruiz was on a different level, bro. Dirtiest motherfucker in the game.
He was.
Dead ass, bro. Probably worse than Andrew Galata, but he doesn't compare to Tyson Fury though. But
Galata was on bullshit. He was throwing combinations to niggas. No, he was a bullshit artist. We don't.
Yo, you saw when he fought Galata?
Yeah.
John, you remember that fight? He almost fucked up and lost in the first round. You remember what happened?
No, you got to
Galata caught him coming in and he fell. It was a flash knockdown.
Yep.
And he got up and he tried to get the hit back. Galata caught him again, going back and he fell. And I remember watching like, yo, it's early in the fight. And the 3 knockdown rule started in the first round. I said, if he just trips and falls again, they rule a knockdown, this fight's over.
Yep.
And Galata almost got him, but Johnny made it very ugly. And he ended up beating Galata. But I was like, oh, man.
But you know what's funny, though? From that fight, Norman Stone, John Ruiz's trainer, remember, he was actually cussing that at the referee the whole night, and the referee threw him out of the corner.
Threw him out. Yeah, he did.
He's a scumbag, too. He's a little bit of a dirtbag also.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I noticed about Johnny? What was his kryptonite was fighters with great footwork. That's why, or great upper body movement. That's why he couldn't touch James. James countered him all night, and he couldn't touch Roy. And also, if you go watch the David Hay fight, my God, David was just too fast for him. Too fast. He hit Johnny with a 2-piece. I had to keep rewinding it because Dave threw it so goddamn fast, and both those punches landed right on the button and knocked him down. I don't remember the outcome of the fight. I mean, David won. I don't remember like how bad. I don't know if it was a stoppage or not. He fought him in the UK. Coach in the building, man. Salute.
Peace, my brother Drew. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
What's happening, Coach Hudson? The reincarnation of Malcolm X.
I believe it's Treese who was talking.
Yes.
And
yes,
something popped into my brain when he was talking about, you don't need to fight that guy. And I started thinking about the definition of insanity. Doing the same thing, expecting a different result. I have to say this. I've been watching the way Ryan Garcia has been basically given an opportunity again and again, slapping the boxing world in the face. I've watched the WBC say basically the amounts of clenbuterol and the amounts of Osterin can be up a little bit, basically giving these guys permission to microdose. Now, if you all have been watching Ryan Garcia, the pictures that they've been uploading, the man looked like Action Jackson. Now, everybody's acting like this is okay. And to my brother's point, I have to ask this. How long are we going to allow ourselves to be the pedestal for everybody else to step on to catapult their career and their names. Because let me make it plain. If a Puerto Rican or a Mexican beats Devin Haney, they are catapulted into the mainstream. Not just for the casual boxing fans, they are going to be known all over the world for defeating Devin Haney. Now, let's reverse the roles for a second. Could any fighter, and you all can tell me in the chat, could any black American fighter do what Ryan Garcia did? Go on a racial rant the way Teofimo did and still get these opportunities that they're getting. The interview with Mannix and Mauricio Suleiman put his foot in his mouth and he showed you the clear bias. He showed you the clear lies. Imagine if there was a Mexican Devin Haney. Imagine if there was a Mexican native-born Puerto Rican. Imagine if there was a Eastern European Devin Haney. They would be protecting that man like the president. Yeah. But because we have these big hearts, because we don't understand our past and the foundation that we stand on, we just keep on saying, well, you know what? Let me get this guy this shot. So to my brother Treese's point, you don't have to get him a shot. And I know the brother Bill Haney, Trill Bill, is doing everything he can to, even if he has to pull these guys' courage card to get them to fight Dev. This is not something that Bill should have to do if these were real warriors. Now, let me address Shakur Stevenson for a second. For Shakur Stevenson to get up here and say that he has so much grace for Teofimo Lopez and he doesn't like how the team did him. Shakur, we need you to have that grace to say, I don't like the way you all did Devin Haney. I don't like the way you all did Wilder. So because of the way you have treated my brothers, I'm going to give my brothers a shot. Maybe you don't want to give Dev a shot. Fine. You said you're going to go back down. Call out a Shockey Foster. What is all of this? I'm going to go fight this Latino fighter. I'm going to, and let me be clear, because I train Latinos. But what I'm talking about right now is you being slapped in your face again and again, and you still don't look to each other to make things happen. We already were shown with Brian Norman Jr. and Brian Norman Sr. And let me say this point about Top Rank, because I know a lot of people are asking the questions who have been following the sport. Top Rank, I'm surprised that they let this fight happen. No. See, Top Rank ain't stupid. They had a good feeling that Devin Haney was probably going to beat Brian Norman Jr. So you might say, well, Coach Chester, why would they allow that still to happen? Because they knew that if Devin Haney beats Brian Norman Jr., Brian Norman Sr. is going to get out the way. They knew that exactly what happened, the father who they didn't want in their way in the first place was probably going to be a split. Now, you all can call me conspiracy theorists all you want, but I'm about 10-0 on my projections that I done said. Now, and I'm going to leave you on this point. What Brian Norman Jr. showed, what the last event that we just watched showed, brothers, it's enough talent between you all to do something. Imagine, family, imagine Shakur Stevenson and Devin Haney getting together and saying, you know what? We're going to put our differences to the side for the culture. This Black History Month, we declare that all of us will be dropping our WBC titles and we will be fighting each other to set the example, and we will only be fighting for the Ring Magazine belt. Moving forward, we will not be carrying and representing the WBC for their treatment of Shakur Stevenson and Bud Crawford. Another question I want to ask you all. When Mauricio Suleiman called and basically asked about his friendship with Bud Crawford, let's ask ourselves this question. Well, what should we do about your friendship with international criminals? What should we do about your friendship with people that are not even allowed on U.S. soil anymore, Mauricio Suleiman? Since Shakur Stevenson has to get chastised, has to get punished for his friendship with Bud Crawford. Now, I told you all months ago that people were going to have to pay a price for what Bud Crawford did and how he left. And what the brothers come and say, nah, Coach, you just a conspiracy theorist. Nah, Coach, that's not it. But that's why I changed my name to Coach of the Truth Tellers. Because whether you like it or not, I'm going to tell you like it is, and you're going to bear witness to everything that I say. Now that Bud Crawford has took that stance. They stripped Shakur, even though Shakur's team told the WBC, we don't plan on vacating, and they still did what he did. Now that right there should have every brother in the sport saying, now I don't like that. I don't like seeing no brother being treated like that. Let me make this clear to you all, family. Because when Mexicans get to pop they shit, they gonna pop it. When Puerto Ricans get to pop they shit, they gonna pop it. And since I'm here with you today, and it's Black History Month, let me make this clear to you, and I'm gonna land my plane because I know other people want to talk. The WBC would not be the WBC if it was not for black talent. The WBC would not be the WBC if it was not for the Black American great fighters who carried their belt over generation to generation. How dare you put our top fighters on a lynching post? Since you're friends with him, we still gonna punish you. But we're still sitting around here bickering with each other with all of this bull crap. Shakur, Keyshawn, Devin, Gary Russell, all of this talent, we are all we need right now. And then when we get ourselves together and we have leveraging power, then we can reach back and say, I see my great Mexican brother. Come on up here with us and fight the best. I see my great Puerto Rican brother. Come on up here and fight with us. But they are moving like they already have the leveraging power. And ain't none of y'all got that type of leveraging power. I land my plane there.
Shout out, Coach, man. But yeah, man.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Hey,
Right out.
see, that's why Coach is the reincarnation of Malcolm X, right there. But let me say this too real quick about the WBC. Keep in mind, the WBC was going to get bankrupt in the mid-2000s. I explained this before in the past. Go research that. But more importantly, too, when I was watching the Mauricio Suleiman interview with Chris Mannix, the thing that really stands out to me was, what Mauricio, didn't you remember that your father was bending the knee to Don King, was bending the knee to Bob Arum, but basically bending the knee to these promoters to make sure that their fighters that they represent get protected at all times while the other ones get sent to the waistline? Do you remember that though, Mauricio Suleiman, or did you just forget like it was nothing else?
That's why they're angry. That's
exactly.
why they're angry, because they hate it. That's why they're angry.
Exactly. And more importantly, too, remember this, Drew. Remember all the corrupt decisions that the WBC allowed to happen, particularly when it came to Pernell Whitaker?
Of course.
Absolutely. Think about that, bro. And let me say this too. When it comes to Turkey Al-Sheikh, he's basically ripped the mask off of these sanctioning bodies. And now the sanctioning bodies have to make a decision, which includes the WBC. Either fall in line or you're out of business. Simple as that.
You know what? One of the major pipe bombs that Coach, and salute the Coach for coming through. And this is not talked about enough, but we talk about it over here. Mauricio Suleiman was worried about the relationship. And see, this is something I mentioned the last 2 days. He wants to talk about the relationship between Bud Crawford and Shakur. And he didn't mention that to Chris Mannix, but Shakur's team mentioned that. They said it was odd. They kept calling, and then Bud's name came up. They said, why are you mentioning Bud? They're two different people. What is going on? Or are they running the same because they hang with each other? So if you're not gonna pay us, give us our shit back. So don't talk to me about the relationship between Bud Crawford and Shakur unless you're ready to talk about the relationship between boxing and Daniel Kinahan. I'm talking about the WBO, the WBC, all you guys, Rick Glasser, you motherfuckers went down there. This guy's still at large. Nobody in American media talks about it. And I just jumped in Mike Coppinger's shit yesterday. When someone was asking about Fury's gloves, he typed in, they were checked. And I went right at him. I said, how do you know? Was you there? And I went in on him. And he hasn't responded. I've been checking my gram. He hasn't responded. I want that smoke. I want that Coppinger smoke in reference to the Fury conversation. Because he's still on the side of things that Deontay was making excuses. Motherfucker, man up. And I'm going to tell y'all a story. Wilder Fury 3, we was in Vegas. Me, Tate Jones, Champ Side pulled up, Focus Ball was there. And Carolina Rada, and he had his fam with him. And who comes up into the MGM at the food court and sat down? Mike Coppinger. And Blue Blood was there. Blue Blood was there. Now, here's the funny part. We look, and you can ask Blue. This is a true story. I look over, and I said to myself, "Oh shit," because I already knew. And I look, and I kept looking over there. Champ side look, and then Tay Jones says he looks where I'm looking, and I said, "Fuck, that's Mike Coppinger." Yo, Blue turned red, and Harlem came out. Motherfucker this, mother bitch nigga that. Tay Jones jumped up and flipped him the bird. Shit got rowdy. He picked up his tray and walked off with that fat white bitch he was with, because he knew. He knew, because it was at that point he was lying. This was before Turkey Out of Sheet came to prominence. All right, he knew. He picked up his shit and he left because he was already lying. So for him to get on that post and say what he said, I went straight at him. Now he hasn't responded, but I went in his DMs before and I questioned his integrity as a journalist, and we went back and forth before. I didn't make like a big deal out of it. But after that, I am, because I'm with the shits. You see, I'm not going to debate another YouTuber, because you're entitled to your opinion. But if your opinion is not based off the facts, don't talk to me. But you see, I'll bring facts to Mike Coppinger that I know he knows. But how he chooses to handle certain things, that's something else. These motherfuckers. But yo, I got to get out of here. I got to get my day started.
Yes,
Man,
sir.
I appreciate y'all. Yo, Toledo, put your name in the comment section so I can rent you up, bro.
Word, for sure. Appreciate you. And I just want to say before I go, I want to say shout out to my guy, Andre Nino McCallum, you feel me, who's going to be fighting in the finals of the International Open in USA Boxing here today. You feel me? So hopefully he bring that home to the city, Toledo, Ohio. We need that. Nino, go ahead and put hands and hooves on them guys, bro. But appreciate the platform, gang.
No doubt, man. No doubt.
Hey, hey, man, appreciate you, doing this though, bro. And to keep it and just make it very, very brief. Margarito did cheat against Miguel Cotto.
We know that. We know that. I was looking for smoke though. You know what I was gonna do.
Oh yeah, I know.
You know what I was gonna do. But I that's why I ain't reveal anything, and I still might not do it. When this video uploads, I'm sure there's gonna be some people talking after the fact, and I'm just gonna say, you need me to do a show again? You need me to do a show? I'll do it again, and we can have this conversation. You know, we had the brother up here, and you saw how it went. So of course Margarito cheated, but did he? You see what I mean? Did he? And you know what I was gonna do? Y'all, if y'all know, I was gonna dog walk a lot of people, but nobody shows up.
And one more thing, and one more thing before you go, bro. I don't think. Listen, let's be real about something here. People like Mike Coppinger, they're not gonna say anything. They're not gonna pull because they know a lot of the information, but they're very selective of what they'll put out. So
they're assimilated. They want a payroll. I'm not. And that's why
they won't pull up. So, but anyway, man, I'm gonna go ahead and continue on with my day though, bro. But if you ever want to do it again sometime though, bro, we can pull up about it.
No doubt, brother. Yes, sir. Thomas, let them know how they can find you, good brother.
Yo, I appreciate it, man. I changed my avatar to show everybody that look, I'm with Xander, like I'm a Xander fan, right? That's me and Xander there. But when it comes to boxing, I cover boxing, I go to the events. I'm very neutral. I'm not biased. I have a slightly bias in who I cheer for, but I'll call it like it is. And I just don't agree with what Xander did, even though I'm a Xander supporter. You know what I'm saying? And I think that what we got to stop doing is that we got to be more consistent and stop discrediting these fighters. You know what I'm saying? I really don't like that. You know what I'm saying? We could like who we like, but we can't discredit, our guys. Like my favorite fighter of all time is Sweet Pea Whitaker, right? And he got discredited a lot. He was a runner, you know what I'm saying, and all of this. And I had to deal with that, as a young teenager, you know what I'm saying? So listen, I'm all for, supporting all the fighters and giving everybody their credit. And yeah, we're gonna talk shit, you know what I'm saying? But I just don't like the discredit. I'm very against that. And and I try to keep it very consistent. I'm on YouTube, I interview fighters. Coppinger and Steve Kim, those are goofballs. Kim, I had the opportunity to interview Kim. You call Kung Fu Kim.
Kung Fu Kim.
I won't do it. I won't do it because I don't like him in the way his views and stuff like that. So You know, when people see me and they say, you know, look at this German Puerto Rican or whatever you want to call me, I'm very, I'm very neutral and I'm very unbiased. Like I'll call it the way it is. You know what I'm saying? So that's all it is. I just want people to know that we got to stop discrediting people. You know what I'm saying? And just, you know, support everybody that fights. You know, and then call a bozo when he says clown shit. And I don't agree with what Xander did. You know, I agree with what Xander did. You know, not taking the Santillan fight and fighting a champion. You know, but I don't agree with the comments. Like, you know what I'm saying? So, and that's it. That's what it is. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate guys like Rich Porter that was up here. Like, we have the same mindset. You know what I'm saying? So, and we both agreed on pretty much everything. You know what I'm saying? So, there's that. And then everybody on the panel that came up, I appreciate, you know, as well the conversations, and, you know, salute to them and their point of views as well. You feel me? And of course, the show, we appreciate, you know, what you do. You know what I'm saying? So.
Appreciate that, bro. Go subscribe to my brother. Yo, Shava said you're a Jerican.
That's messed up, Shava. You are a toxic time today.
Yo, fam, we gonna talk, man.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'll let you know who the opponent is. You know him, so.
Okay. We're gonna talk.
All right.
I'm gonna get out of here, y'all. Get this day started, man. Y'all go hug your loved ones, man. Salute to everybody in the Venmo, the Zelle, the Cash App, the Super Chat. I didn't get entirely what I wanted out of today's show, so we just talked some boxing. Salute to Coach Hudson. Y'all make sure you go subscribe to my brother. But y'all come back and check the comment sections, because I was trying to trigger people. This was all bait, but they didn't take it, and that's okay. I'll catch them on some other time. But man, salute to y'all, and we back tomorrow. Bronx on deck. Move! Hey, James Franklin.
Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay.
I'm gay. Gay, like super gay. Like one down here, one here, one here, one here gay. I thought you knew that.